Hey, I am live. At least it says I'm live. Okay. Wait for a few minutes for people to come on and then I'll get started. Um, all right. Got some people coming in. Awesome. Okay. All right. I'm just going to wait a couple more minutes and get a few more. People are coming in, so that's good. Um, go ahead and put that. Hello, Red Soul. Good to see you. How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing good on Sunday? Um, I hope everybody's doing well. I'm doing okay. Um, I stepped off of YouTube for a little bit. I took a little break. Hey LVN CC, good to see you. I took a little break, guys. Um, I I was going to do a Friday night show, Caroline's Dream. How's it going? I was going to do a Friday night show and Saturday night, but I just wasn't into it. I was just in a funk. I was kind of in the dumps, and sometimes when you deal with interracial relationships, and you know, there's when it comes to interracial dating and marriage, there is a positivity to it. There is a blessing that can be found, and when it comes to black women and white men, hey, I've seen a lot of relationships where it's very, very positive and it works out and people are blessed. Me and my wife are blessed. 28 years of marriage, and um, it can work. And I try to put that message. And sometimes I get into a teachable moment, you might say, and I try to let people know that when you date interracially, get married interracially, it's great, it's wonderful if you're both all in. If you both love each other, it's great. It's awesome. It's a beautiful thing. But there are negatives about it, and you got to be aware of it. Okay. And yeah, there is racism, there is stereotypes. Hey, Moonchild. And Thelma, good to see you also. Corey, how you doing, brother? Um, but there is negatives, right? There is racism. There is stereotypes. There are haters. Okay, and I put that out there not because I want to talk about it. It's not a comfortable thing. It isn't, and sometimes it stirs things up. Sometimes we get emotional. Uh, Thank you, sir. Um, I appreciate it. I'm whipped cream code. Thank you. Um, so we gotta know about the negatives. We gotta know what's out there, and we gotta be aware of it, and we gotta block the bad out. Absorb the good, block the bad out. You know, um, and sometimes emotions get stirred up, and I got a couple emails from some ladies that felt I didn't dig deep enough into the racial uh, the racist part of it, the negativity. And I'm sorry, I don't really know about much about racism and haters and stuff. And I deal with what I need to deal with. I try not to absorb myself into that stuff. Um, and I've been down about that. And I don't like to see anybody hurt. I don't like to see any hurt feelings. And especially when it comes to interracial relationships, I want to put a positive outlook on it. I want to talk about the positives. Of course, we got to deal with some negative, but I want to leave with a positive message. I don't want people to feel hurt or emotional. And if it's emotional, I want it to be a good emotion, emotion of love, an emotion that, and, I was caught up into that. And, and it wears on you. YouTube it's an emotional roller coaster. Okay. They say women are more emotional than men. That's true. But us guys, we get caught up in it too. We have our ups and downs. YouTube it's like a roller coaster. Sometimes, we talk about stuff and I'm down, but sometimes I'm on such a high of happiness, feeling uplifted, and it's just a positive thing. And it's like, I don't know, maybe sometimes I take some of these things to the extreme. I'm kind of weird that way. When I'm happy, I'm just all out happy. When I'm down, I kind of get down. Um, so I kind of took a break from YouTube, and sometimes you need to. I spent some time with my wife, and we had some good time together. I got to spend time with my wife. We went to see the new Top Gun movie today, and we just relaxed. We hung out. Um, we went out and ate. We just a basically awesome day. And sometimes you need that. And my wife is the one that uplifts me the most. What's that? Enough people are already focusing. Yeah, and I don't think we should really focus on the negative. Hey, Loren, how you doing? Good to see you. Creating One, good to see you, young lady, Moonchild. Um, anyway, but that's what's going on with me. That's why you didn't see a video Friday or Saturday. I was just taking a little break. But this is a passion of mine, so I'm not going to stop doing it. Sometimes I just need to step away and clear my head and focus on what's next. And yeah, and I want to continue to focus on the positive side. Negative, you have to go there once in a while, but we're going to go positive more than negative. And I think we need to, because, in my relationship with my wife, we don't talk about the evils and the stuff in society. We will every now and then because it's there, but we're focused more on family, marriage, love, and our kids, our grandkids, and and that's what uplifts us and keeps us going. Hey, Natasha, 75, good to see you. But anyway, I want to talk about interracial relationships, okay? And if you saw the title, okay, interracial relationships, love outside your race, okay? And I'm telling you, that is my life story. Interracial relationship, loving outside my race. I've done it since I was 16 to the present, and it'll be that way forever. Okay. Something that I've seen that really opened up my heart. Something I've seen in Black women. And I'm going to tell you why I'm so attracted to Black women, which you've heard it all the time, but I'm going to say it again. Okay. Black women are beautiful, but what's inside? The way Black women carry themselves, being around Black women. And honestly, with me, I feel more comfortable around Black women than any other group of women. Black women seem to be more easygoing, more easier to talk to. I just feel more comfortable. And maybe that's because I'm so attracted to them. I've tried to be around them my whole life. So, that's part of it. But Black women in general have a great personality. And they're loving. You show them love, you get it back. And it just seems like it's easy to talk to Black women. And I don't understand why more white men aren't approaching Black women. I guess they just don't know the blessings that's in front of them. I guess they don't know about the hidden treasure. Okay. But they're finding out because the numbers are increasing. And, so many people say, well, white men won't approach and, they need to step up their game and stuff. But I hear other women saying white men approach them all the time too. So what I would say to that is when it comes to people in general, okay, and this is true, there are people out there, and this is the majority of people, men, women, of all races, They're waiting for something to happen. Okay? They're sitting back waiting. And then there's those other people that make things happen. And my father always told me, he said, son, there's two types of people. There's people that make things happen, and there's people that wait for things to happen. Things might happen for you if you get lucky, but actually you got to go out and make it happen. Okay? And I would say also, if you're thinking about interracially dating, and I would say this to men, when it comes to Black women, and I don't know what it's like to be a Black woman, but I heard Black women tell me this, several of them. And I found success with this, dating interracially. When it comes to Black women, Black women like to know what your intentions are. They like you to approach. Okay? They don't like you to beat around the bush and stuff like that. And maybe it's a cultural thing we do as white guys. Okay? But, I would say make your move. You think she's attracted, you're interested, go up to her. Let your intentions be known. Okay? But do it respectfully, of course. Go with love and respect and just do it. Do not hesitate. You'll find out that, some of them out there like you. They'll be interested. They will date you. I found that out. I was like, wow, I thought none of them would like, but hey, there's a few that do. And I would say this too, and I'm talking to white men that want to date Black women, make your move. And a lot of times men will wait till the woman's alone. So if they get rejected, nobody sees it. I say, no, walk up to her in front of her friends and approach. Just make your move. Yeah, you might get rejected. You might feel embarrassed, but do it. Because here's the thing. She might reject you and not be interested, but her friends around, I guarantee there's a couple of them that would be interested. I've had experiences like that when I was younger, dating. I would approach, she wasn't interested, but one of her friends was. It's kind of like networking. Okay? And what that does is it sends a message that you're not afraid to approach, that you're going for what you want. You're not sitting back like you're scared or don't know what's going on. You're making your move. You're going for what you want. You're one of those that makes things happen. You're not waiting for something to happen. You know what I'm saying? Just a little food for thought. And I found that Black women are reasonable. If you approach her respectfully with love, she's going to embrace that. Even if she's not interested in you, she's going to appreciate that you took the time to approach. And if she's interested, hey, you already won. But if you do nothing, you're throwing in the towel before you even get started. Just a little food for thought. But, and the crazy thing is white men and Black women, we both think we don't like each other for some reason. We think that, no, and that ain't true. There's attractive people in all races. And we are attracted to each other, okay? So put those stereotypes and generalizations to rest. Don't let other people get in your head. Live your life the way you want to live, okay? And, that's my message on that. But go for what you want. Be the person that makes things happen, not the one that waits for things to happen. And ladies, put yourself in that position where you could be around the men you want to be with. If you want to date interracially, be where that group is. Get in the friendship circles. Get in the activities. What's going on? Let yourself be seen. And it's always best to be friends before you date anyway, right? You get to know each other. You develop trust between each other. And I said in one of my videos, find that Becky because she has brothers that are Brads. You want a Brad, you get a Becky. You want a Jose, you get a Maria, right? You want a Jackie Chan, You get with Maylene Ling, or you know what I'm saying, right? You go with the group you want to be with. Simple as that. But, be in a positive mindset, because the biggest attraction there is being positive, carrying yourself in a positive way. And guys, if you're approaching black women, step up with your A game, because this is going to go a long ways. Most black women like a guy that's clean cut, that's, neat in his appearance, that wears nice clothes. Okay? And if you're interested, you want to be with her, especially you go on a date, you better dress nice. Don't come with jeans and a t-shirt. Okay? You come with your A game. That's going to get you further than just showing up. Okay? She might be easygoing and be okay with that, but no, it makes an impact when you present your best. All right? Your best look. Okay? I mean, the woman you're dating, don't you want her to look nice, or do you want to just throw on jeans and, an old shirt and have her hair look like she just woke up, right? Do we want that as men? Well, women don't want that either. They don't want to see a guy that's a ragbag. They want to see a guy that dresses nice, And you don't have to be in a suit to be on a date. But if you wear, some nice clothes, a nice polo, something that looks nice, makes you look nice. You want to look nice for who you want to be with, right? Goes both ways. And there's nothing more attractive than someone looking their best. Okay? It's like, think of it like a job interview. You want her love, you want her to be with you. Okay? You got to show what you have to offer. Okay? And guys, and the thing of it is, when you're with her, make it about her, not about you. Okay? She can ask what you do for a living, you tell her, but make it about her. Let her know you're interested in her. It's about her. She's the prize. You're just hoping that she opens up her arms to you. Okay? I'm just saying. But black women are amazing. And black women, I believe this, and I always have, that they are the best choice. Okay? There are beautiful women in every racial group. So don't get to thinking that I think less of another group. That is my preference. That's who I'm attracted to. And the reason is there's reasons I'm attracted to black women. And it's not just how they look. It's how they carry themselves. It's the emotions they have, the character they have. For me, they're easy to get along with. They're easy to talk to. And I'm talking when I was dating and friendships I have. Black women are just amazing. I don't know what it is, but I've always felt comfortable around them because they're amazing. And but anyway, I just want to tell you guys, interracial relationships, marriage can be a beautiful thing. It can be a blessing. Okay. And we are seeing successes when it comes to it. Black women, white men, we're getting together and making it happen. We're defying the odds. Okay. And in the interracial community, the most hated group in today's world is what group? It's a black women, white men group. That's the most hated when it comes to haters and people that don't agree with it. Probably number 2 is black men, white women. Okay. Because nobody really cares. Honestly, I don't think they do. When it's white and Asian or white and Hispanic, I know there is some problems, but not like we got, guys. Not like in our dynamic. Okay, so we have to deal with a little bit more crap, a little bit more stereotypes and generalizations. That's why you got to be positive and fight out the bad and absorb the good. Okay, and I'm not saying ignore the bad all the way. You got to deal with it, but just know, love is what conquers. It's not it's better to understand the love you have than to understand the hate that others have. It goes a lot further with love. Love conquers everything. I'm just saying. I got a couple videos I want to show you guys. Okay. And it's from the OWN network. It's a video uh, a few years ago. And shout out to that. I think that's Oprah's network. But it's a white man expressing how much he loves black women. Okay. And he's married to a black woman. It's a nice thing what he says about black women. And then I have a video of the real with, some black women, some celebrities. There's one Asian in the group, and they're dating interracially or married interracially. Okay. So they've opened up their options. And Tisha Campbell's in there. And I think she says she would be willing to open up her options. But we'll hear them talk and get their perspective. And we can learn from that. And that's why I want to show these videos, so we get a little perspective. Now, these are celebrity women. They're real famous. But a lot of times these celebrities have black women have almost the same perspective as normal black, middle-class black women, and a lot of times the same thought process. It's just these women are famous and, but anyway, I want to show you that, and you can tell me what you think. Hope you enjoy these videos. Before I get started, I'm going to have to show the disclaimer, okay? Because we're going to use it for education and commentary and for all those purposes. But I'm going to put the copyright disclaimer up there so you guys can see it, okay? And all right, there's a copyright disclaimer. All right, you see it on the screen? Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism. Yeah, we'll do that. Comment, lots of comments. News reporting, teaching. It's going to be a learning experience. Scholarship, research. We're kind of doing a little research too, and we're going to learn something. Fair use is the use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit education or personal use tips the balance for favor of use. Okay, so if you guys see that, if you didn't read it, you want to go back, you can rewind and read it again. Okay, we're going to use this for education. We're going to use this for commentary, criticism. All right, and hopefully we can all learn something from this. I think we can. Okay, this is real people speaking on how they feel. You guys always get my perspective. We're going to show other people on here. Okay. Let's see. Let me go ahead and remove this. All right. And the first video I'm going to show is from the OWN network. Shout out to the OWN network. And this is an awesome little short video clip. And but anyway, it's really positive. And and a lot of white men think like this guy is talking. You
are married to an African American woman.
Yes, I'm married to an African American woman.
Okay, that's his wife up there, right? He's married to a black woman. He said he's married to an African American woman. Okay, that's their wedding picture. Okay, all right. Okay, let's go ahead and continue.
I remember distinctly a conversation I had with my father when I was in elementary school, where I went up to him one day. Of course, I didn't understand everything that has to deal with racism or race relations at that point in my life, but I did realize that I was attracted to, in more than a social way, women of all ethnicities. And I remember distinctly going to my father and saying, "Dad, would you mind if I did marry a black woman one day?" And his response to me was, "As long as she looks good, I don't care what color she is."
Okay. All right. You hear that, right? That's not the end of the video. But he asked his father, would he mind if he married a black woman, right? I asked my father the same thing when I was a boy. I said, Dad, what if I married someone that looked like Donna Summer? And I thought black women were amazing, even as a little kid. And he told me, he didn't say, well, if she looks good. No, he said, son, it ain't going to happen. She's black, famous, and beautiful. You're a little boy from New Mexico where nobody even knows where that is. So that ain't going to happen, but I'm sure you'll find a good wife that loves you. That's what he said. But, a lot of times it gets into us psychologically. We see positive things about certain women, and we grow up being attracted to them. Certain events in our lives, we can see the actual blessing when we're young. But anyway, let me go ahead and continue. This guy's going hot. Well, I'll rewind it a little bit. Okay, here we go.
If you ask me if it was like a conscious choice to pick a darker skinned woman versus like a lighter skinned woman, for me, not really. It wasn't an effort to go find the deepest, darkest chocolate sister out there and get the full on, for real deal, straight from the motherland.
Okay, look at that. He looks like an average guy. She's beautiful. Oh my God, he did really good. Black women are beautiful though, but she's really attractive. But that's awesome,
And I didn't think that defined blackness to me. You're not more ethnic if you're darker. It's just, that's how to be who Joni was. But when you look at her, there was nothing about that color of her skin that defined her.
Okay, so that's it for that video, guys. Let me go ahead and all right. So what he was saying is he wasn't looking for the darkest black woman, right? And usually us white men, we don't really see shades of color like that. We see black women as black women. We don't really think about how light or dark she is. And that's what he's saying. It just happened she's the tone she was. And she was very beautiful. And then the other guy, he was saying his attraction with black women. Well, he said all ethnicities, right? So he's one of the guys, and this is most men, ladies, they'll date women they think is attractive. It could be black, white, Asian, it don't matter. They love women. For me, I'm biased. It's black women all the way. Always has been. But, he's seen something in black women that was amazing and fell in love with. And I did too. I always say that. And I tell men, open your options to black women. Because once you feel the love of black women, you're not going to want any other love. Honestly. And that's mostly true. I've talked to men that never dated black women, and they dated one and got married. They're in love. Okay? So I would say open your options. I know black women tell each other, open your options for the best option. Guys, I'm telling you, the white man, open up your options. Look at black women. See what they got to offer. You'd be amazed how awesome they are to be around with. You'd be amazed how beautiful they are. Not just looking at them, they are beautiful, but what's inside, the love they have, the big heart they have. And if they love you, you are blessed and you will know it. Anyway, let me go ahead and remove these. And I got one other video I want to show you. And I'll be talking through it. And this is
to a 2010 Pew.
Okay, this is the Real, and shout out to the Real. And this is, I guess, girl talk, but they're talking about interracial relationships. These are 5 beautiful women, right? Famous women, and I know you recognize these ladies. There's Tisha Campbell, and on the other is the lady from Sister. And I'm sorry, I don't know if it's Tia or Tamara, which is which. They're identical twins. One is married to a white man, and the other is married to a black man. but they're both biracial, and they're both Army brats. You know, my daughters used to watch them back when they were little girls, so they're almost like the same age as those ladies. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started.
Research Center report, Black women are the least likely group of women to marry, especially outside of their own race.
Okay, that is a true fact. Black women are the least likely to marry outside their race. That is true. They've done research. You can pull it up in the Pew Research. Yes, Black women are the least likely to marry out. And, you know, and it creates an imbalance because there are approximately 2 million more Black women than Black men. And if they're race loyal, the numbers ain't meshing. And then Black men date and marry out twice as much as Black women. Okay, so do the math. It don't add up. Okay, and it's kind of like, in a way, forcing Black women to have that option button, right? Anyway, let's continue on.
That's right. Really? According to sociologist Cheryl Judice, one solution might be for Black women to start considering dating outside of their race, which obviously for us is pretty common here. But I think she's not.
Okay, it's pretty common there. Awesome. See? Beautiful, famous Black women opening up their options. Ladies, consider it. But that's awesome.
Speaking,
it's true.
That
we all are in relationships.
We all are in relationships that are interracial.
That is so crazy.
Okay, so she says that Black women typically don't do this because of historical tensions, obviously, and that specifically with white men, but she's not just speaking about white men, she's also speaking about you could date an Asian man, Tisha.
Okay, all right, what she's talking about, racial tensions, okay? A lot of things that make it hard for Black women to open up their options, especially to white men, right? Because of the history, you know, and it's always thrown in our face when we're interracially dating or married, interracially, Black women, white men. The haters will throw in slavery, Jim Crow, white supremacy, okay? That's a barrier there. And for a lot of Black women, they can't get past that barrier. They're carrying too much hurt, and that some won't heal from that. And if they can, I would say they don't need to get in an interracial relationship. But that is a barrier, and that's probably one of the main reasons that a lot of Black women are race loyal because of that. I'm not saying that's it, but I'm guessing. I believe that's true. But anyway, let's continue.
Date a Latino.
Yeah.
You could date a Middle Eastern. I mean, there's the options are endless. Okay.
Okay, ladies, the options are endless. Ladies, you can date any man. Okay, one is not better than the other. You find someone that loves you and you're attracted to them both inside and out, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Hey, go for it. The options are out there. It's your life. It's your world. You decide what you want. And I would say to the guys too, you want to be with a woman that looks like one of these ladies? Approach. Take your shot. And if you get shot down, go to the next one till you find what you're looking for, till you find that blessing. Okay?
So, Cheryl says that if you are willing to date outside of your race, you may be pleasantly surprised. So, Tisha, would you consider dating outside your race? I'm curious.
Yes, now, yes. I've never done it.
I'm so curious.
Yeah, you answered that so fast. Like,
I said
why?
it fast. I did say it a little
And you
fast.
said yes. Why
Now.
not before? Why now?
Oh, gosh. I think it was just something that I was attracted to. And there may have even been a little bit of, like, I just, I love men. I grew up around nothing but boys. But that's all I really knew.
Yeah.
And so I've now considered you know, dating outside of my race, although I've never done it before. I know you look at me
Ever.
All right, let me stop there. Sounds like she's excited, okay? Interracial dating can be exciting, okay? It's scary because of the unknown, getting out of the comfort zone. But it is exciting. You're dating someone that's different from you. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. You know, they say opposites attract. You know, it's a good thing. And don't be afraid of the different cultures. Okay? Don't get caught, oh, our cultures are different. We can't get along. No, that's BS. You know, you might like their culture. You might embrace it. You might think what they do is awesome. And she might think the same thing. You know, when you come together in marriage, you create your own culture. You do what you want to do with you and your wife, decide how you want to live. Okay. But I like this discussion because, you know, it's upbeat. It's positive. They seem excited talking about it. And why not? You know, why not? It can be a beautiful thing. It could be awesome. You find the right guy of any race is going to be awesome. Right, ladies? And guys, too. The right woman. Let's continue.
It's a real conversation to have where I think, one, you should never be ashamed of what you're attracted to.
Right.
Yeah, like that. You shouldn't be like,
what
oh,
I
I
was
feel
attracted
bad.
Good point. Don't be ashamed of what you're attracted to. Don't do it. Don't be ashamed of it. Guys, if you're with a black woman, don't be ashamed of her. You know, be with her, be proud of her. You know, love her, lift her up. She's the best thing you got going. And if you don't think that, you shouldn't be with her. And same thing, ladies. This is who you're dating is your man. Or your husband. That's who you chose to be with. You guys chose each other. Embrace each other. Lift each other up. Be proud of who you're with. Embrace them. Love them. Do not be ashamed. I've seen interracial couples where they try to hide it. Like there's a little bit of shame in it. Both black women and white men, I've seen this craziness. No, if you love each other enough to date each other, be seen with each other, be with each other, embrace it. Anyway, I just want to put that out there. Let's continue.
That's what you were attracted to, but was there anything else that ever made you be like, not for me? And what now makes you be like, might be for me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I would also, if I
like-
could get a little
sorry,
deeper, I
go
would
for
also
it.
question, I just want to question, like, why wouldn't you have been open to that before?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It was just something. That's all I ever knew.
Okay.
You know.
So it's the unknown.
The unknown. It was the unknown. I didn't know how. I like muscular butts. I like big lips.
Okay, this is a good point. She's saying, why didn't you do this before? The unknown. Okay? That's where a lot of us are at, right? Why a lot of us don't interracially date? Because it's not the norm. It's the unknown. Sometimes we don't even think about it. And I say to women all the time, they say, well, there's white men I work with, they don't approach me. Well, a lot of times they ain't even thinking about dating you. Not that they don't want to. It's not in the norm. And especially at work, they're focused on the job, right? So sometimes it's not that they're scared to approach. Sometimes they're just not even thinking about it. But if they notice they catch your eye, then they might think, oh, wow, she looks good. Wow, I wonder if she would, you know, you got to think about these things because a lot of times there's such a big misconception when it comes to interracially dating with black women, white men, to where we don't understand what's going on and we assume, okay? We assume. Do not assume nothing, okay? And I'm going to tell you guys, dating black women, don't assume nothing. You approach her. You be direct with her. You be loving and respectful too. But you let her know your intentions. You're better off because she don't know. A lot of black women are confused. They see you look at her. They see you smile. They think, what, does he like me? Does he want to be my friend? What is his intent? They're confused, guys. Becky might understand you smile and wink at her. She knows you like her. You're dealing with a black woman. She don't know. And it can be confusing Because us as white men, I'm nice to a lot of women I would never be interested in. You know, I'm a friendly person. I've always been that way. Women I didn't want to date, I was extra friendly because I just thought they were a good friend. Okay, so that can be confusing. So guys, you got to make your intentions known. Do it. Be loving and respectful. It'll get you further than you think. And like I said, approach her in front of everybody, in front of her friends. Don't be afraid. Because the worst that's going to happen is she says she's not interested. Okay, I'm sorry. And you move on. It'll hurt your ego to be rejected. I get it. But sooner or later, you're going to get that acceptance. And you're going to thank God that you stepped up. You're going to thank God that you were a man and did what you're supposed to. You're going to thank God that you're one of these people that make things happen and not wait for things to happen. Strategic. You know, I'm just saying. But anyway, and like I said, approach in front of her friends, because guess what? If she don't like you, one of her friends will. I've experienced that. I've seen that happen. Oh yeah, it's a form of networking. Think strategic, guys. You'd be amazed. You know, sometimes we so afraid of rejection, we end up rejecting ourselves by throwing in the towel. Don't do it. Just saying. Let's continue.
On mine.
Historically,
Is that bad to say?
No, it's what you're into.
But
yeah.
I'm open now. Like, bump that.
Oh man, isn't that great? She's open. Bunked it. I love her. She's awesome. I love the pot. And look at the crowd, guys. This should be an indication. They're excited. They're positive. The crowd's into it. Guys, white men are men of other races. There is such an opportunity here. And if you're a young man, white, Asian, whatever, Black women are a hidden treasure. They're beautiful and they got so much to offer you don't even freaking know. And look at the excitement. People are excited to step into an interracial relationship. People are excited to swirl. I know some people think that's a bad word. Oh, don't. No. You get to know people of different races. Nothing wrong with that. And it is exciting. It is something new. Open up. Get to know that person. You might find your husband, your wife. You know? And look, guys, they're excited. Okay. Yeah, these women ain't going to go for the average Joe guy, but you know what? There's a beautiful woman for you, whether you're average or good looking or whatever, you know? Most of us people are average looking people. Okay? But look, there's excitement there. And Black women are killing it all over the place. They're moving up in the corporate world. They're moving up, you know, with education. Black women, from what I've seen, are the most traditional women. They make good wives and good mothers. They do. And when we get together, Black women and white men, we make it happen. We really do. So there's an opportunity here. There's a blessing that a lot of people don't see because they're caught up in their comfort zone. They're caught up in the norms. Okay? And I'm going to tell you, being in an interracial relationship, interracial marriage, you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone. You're going to have to deal with the haters. You're going to have to stand up. And you're going to have to take the beat down. You know, mostly mentally, but physically you might have to too. And you might have to dish it out to get what you want. Okay? But us as men, we're supposed to fight for what we want. We're supposed to go after what we want. We're supposed to. We're not supposed to sit back and wait for something to happen. No. I'm just saying. And guys, don't let them put that crap in your head that, and ladies too, that we're not settling. When we interracially date, we go for the top tier. We are the top tier. Ladies, when you get with that Brad, he's a top tier Brad. He's the man that makes things happen. He's approaching you. He's not waiting for something to happen. And ladies, you're the same way. You're strategic. You're going for what you want. That's why we're the power couple, because we make things happen. We do not wait for things to happen. Just saying. Let's continue.
I think historically, black women have always been loyal to the black race, and especially black men. And so there was all this fear of not dating outside their race because they felt like they were being disloyal.
Loyalty is a good word to describe that. Yeah.
And the thing is that the truth of the matter is, and we've talked about this before on this show, is that the pool of black men, especially as you get older, gets smaller. I find that I have a lot of my sisters who are like in their 40s, their 50s. They have their degrees, they've raised their children, and they find themselves alone. Now, if you are in that, I would suggest that, yes, if you want to find a black man, try to find a black man, but also open up your pool, because life is short and love should be available for everybody.
And to piggyback off.
Okay, good point, right? The pool gets smaller as you get older. Well, across the board, the pool gets shorter as we get older, men and women. Be honest, because most people are married by the time we get in our 30s, 40s, 50s, okay? The pool does get smaller. And ladies, you're at a 2 million, approximately 2 million less black men than black women, right? So there's 2 million more black women than black men, approximately, right, in America. So you're at a statistical disadvantage from the get-go. And that's even if everybody married 100% within their race. So you're still 2 million short, right? And then black men date and marry out twice as much as black women, right? So how lopsided are the numbers there? And then usually, and statistically, from what I've seen, black people usually get married later on in life than white people. It's like what us white people are groomed and trained that we're supposed to get married. Traditional white people. Now there's white people that never get married, but usually in our culture, it's that's what we do. We get married. I knew I was going to get married. It was just a thing I'm supposed to do. But the pool is small, and like you said, she's right. The pool is small. And that's why you need to open up your options. And ladies, just because you're with a man of another race don't mean you hate your race. That don't mean you hate black people or black men. I mean, you could love them and be in an interracial relationship. I'm married to a black woman, have been for 28 years. I do not hate any white women. They're in my family. I have them as friends. I don't have no problem with them. I just happen to be married to a black woman. That happens to be my preference. Okay? So, don't get caught up into that. Don't get caught up in that loyal. Who are you going to be loyal to? If the man in your community don't marry you, what, being alone is being loyal? How can you be loyal to anybody if you're alone? I'm just saying. Be loyal to yourself, ladies. Go to the man that will give you the most. The most love, the most respect. And yeah, even the most resources, okay? There's nothing wrong with wanting a man that's successful. The only problem is if money's the only thing you're after, then it's wrong. But if you want a man you're attracted to and you want him to be successful, nothing wrong with that. Who don't want that? Serious. Oh, you didn't see a white man and black woman couple? I'm seeing them out there. But that's I don't know. They show more of that, I guess, because that's the majority, black men and white women. But the numbers are starting to shift. So the future is going to even out. It is. But anyway, but she had a good point. Okay, life is too short. Everybody should be able to be loved. Everybody should have the right to be loved and get married and have a family. If that's what you want, everybody should have that. I believe that. And some of us are going to have to open up our options to get that. I mean, that's just life. But anyway, let's continue.
What you just said, I think that's another reason why in my culture they encourage you to date within your race, because they want to, it's what they're used to, it's what all they know. And do they actually say that? And they don't always feel comfortable to try to speak the other language. You know what I'm saying? But then.
Okay, let me stop here. She said in their culture they want you to keep within your race. Yeah, the traditional culture. Now, truth be said, Asian women marry white men more than Asian men in America. That's a fact. That's one of the biggest racial groups growing is white men and Asian women. And us Brads have surpassed Becky dating out. Used to be more lopsided. Becky, of course, dates more Tyrones than we date Keishas. But Asian women, white men and Asian women are getting together in record numbers, okay? And the reason is it's because it's easy, okay? Yeah, there might be some racial issues. I'm sure there are, but it's more accepted than a white man and black woman. If you date an Asian woman, if you're successful, have a job and respectful, usually the family will accept you. Asian people are pretty reasonable. They really are. They have a lot of, traditions and discipline. And I know Asian people. Asian people are generally good people. They are. And it makes it easy. Now, black women, white men, there's that those barriers. But I believe in the future, black women and white men are going to be like white men and Asian women. I believe that's going to happen. Once it becomes more of a norm. Okay. And, I tell a lot of black women, you might consider looking at Asian men because Asians, statistically, okay, have the most income in the collective than any group. More so than, black and white people. It's the truth. That's just how it is. And I think it comes from traditions. It comes from discipline and morals. There's successful people in all groups. And there are Asians that don't do so well, too. But in the collective, they're doing amazingly well. And black women in the collective are doing extremely well. Think about it. Most educated group, most owned businesses within their group. Okay? So, things, if you really look at numbers and you do your research, okay, you're going to see amazing things. And some things you're going to say, wow, I didn't know that. And especially with, interracial marriage with black women and white men is being very successful. Okay? Nobody ever thought it would be as successful as it is. I look at my own life. My family's amazed still to this day. Me and Sandy are still married. Well, they understand it now. They know we took our marriage vows seriously. We're strategic. We love each other. But back in the day, they didn't think it would last because she's black and I'm white. But we knew it would. Anyway, I don't want to get off message here, but let's continue on.
I'm first gen and I can speak English. So as long as you speak English, we got a fighting chance. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to say that if you aren't comfortable with dating outside your race and you are of English speaking, you should just take a second to think about why is that? Because God forbid you've been tainted with any ideas of other races or any, old stigmas from your family that might be habits that won't be healthy for you today in the dating world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just curious. You said they said you should probably stay within your race. Obviously, you
It's
just
just
said
a comfortable
because
thing.
of language. Did you ever feel, and this is for all the women, that your families ever kind of made you feel like we'd prefer that you stay in the race?
See, I think I had the opposite effect in the sense that I'm actually a product of an interracial,
Correct.
marriage. I am biracial. So I actually, contrary to some people's belief, I have dated every type of race. I have dated.
All right, let me stop right here. Okay, she said she's biracial. That is true. Her and her sister are biracial, you know, and my girls, when they were growing up, would watch Sister Sister all the time. And they kind of related to it because they're biracial too. So it's kind of like, and she's right. Being biracial, you go wherever you want. Okay, my kids can date whoever they want, any racial group, any ethnicity. Me and my wife will not step in the way. And that's one thing that's kind of beautiful about being biracial. You do what you want. And how can me and my wife tell our daughters and our son that you cannot date a certain race? We'd be hypocrites, right? So they can go wherever they want. And that's everybody should have that right anyway. But, and you know, for me, I had that right. My parents never told me I couldn't date or marry anybody outside my race. Never did. And they knew I loved black women when I was a little boy, till I was growing up dating. And they see me bring a black girl home. That's normal. If I brought a white woman home, they would lose their mind because they would think something's wrong with me because it's out of the norm. You know, my guess who moment would be me bringing a white woman to dinner. They'd be like, oh my God, what's wrong with him? He's lost his mind. That ain't him. It's kind of funny. But she's right. She's biracial. She can date anybody. Usually, I mean, there are some parents that are weird that might tell her she can't date a certain group, but usually they can go wherever they want, you know, and we should all have that freedom, I think. But anyway, and her sister's married to a black guy. She's married to a white guy. So they went their own way, right? They fell in love with two different races of men, and they're both black and white. And they're both army brats, just like my children are. So that's awesome too. So my daughters always identified with them in that way. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
Ethiopian. Girl, I dated a Puerto Rican.
I know Annie was from New York.
How do you say your name?
She
How do you
did.
say your name again? He said my name like Tamara. That's how he got me. And guess what? I even dated an Asian.
You did, Tim?
Yes, his name.
Okay, guys. All right. Now, you know, a shout out to The Real. And that was a good video. You know, it's good to see, you know, people talk about interracial relationships, interracial marriage. It's good to see. I like seeing black women excited about opening up their options. And, you know, I like seeing anybody being happy with where they want to go. Okay. And you see the crowd there, they're excited, talking about interracial relationships. Tia's husband is biracial. I didn't know that. I know. So Tamara's married to Adam Housley from Fox News, the white guy. He's biracial, or no? I'm confused. I don't know which is which. I'm sorry. I should have researched that. But they look alike, so you can't. But anyway, guys. Open up your options. It's your life. It's your choice. And I would just say to the ladies, date whatever man you want, but make sure that he fulfills you in every area. Okay? I'm talking, you know, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and yes, even physically. He's got to turn you on physically, just like he has to spiritually and emotionally. Okay? You want love in all areas. Especially if you're going to be married, right? And same thing with the guys. Don't get with the woman that don't do it for you in all areas. Same thing, women too. You know, we're human. We need love in all areas. And, you know, I don't talk about the physical a lot, but that's part of life. When you get in that marriage, it's got to it's got to work on all cylinders. That's what I'm saying. So do Be with the person. Make sure you love them in every way. Okay? Sometimes, a lot of times, ladies and even guys will do this. They'll go with someone because they think that's the best option, and they'll sacrifice another area. Okay? What is that, Moonchild? Tamara is married to a white. Okay. Tia is married to the black. Okay. Now I got that. All right. Oh, Tia's husband's mixed. Okay. So he's biracial too. He's not fully black. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I say he's black because he looks more black than, yeah. But okay. But both women made a choice, right? And I mean, me and my brother have different choices. You know, his wife is white. My wife is black. I mean, you know, I went a different way than my brother, but I love my brother and we both got good wives. So we're both blessed. So, I mean, you go where your heart is and you go where you're loved. And for me, black women, you know, have done it for me. Black women are the best choice, you know? And people told me, well, what white woman broke your heart to get you to go to black women? Well, I would say none, because I've always dated black women exclusively. But then I thought about it, I said, my mom broke my heart. I love my mom, though. But that's the Becky that broke the heart. Okay? And maybe that's why I'm on a path that I am. Maybe that's why I've latched on to black women, because I felt love, starting with my babysitter and other black women that I've been around. And I feel more comfortable with black women than any other group of women. Honestly, I do. Some people say that's weird because they don't look like you. So what? I just think they're more easygoing, more easy to talk to, more fun to be with. And I think that's why my marriage is a success, because I felt comfortable with I could talk to my wife for hours. I could, you know, and I embrace her. I love her. I love her from all areas. You know, she does it for me in all areas. I am blessed in all areas. Yeah. And that's what you need. You know, but I love seeing these videos. The guy, how he explained how much he loved black women, that's a beautiful thing, right? I like seeing that. The other guy too, they were saying how much they love black women. Ladies, there are so many white men that love black women. And yeah, some of them are afraid to approach you. I get it. Some of them are waiting for something to happen. I don't know. They haven't got up the courage yet. I don't know what's going on. I can't speak for white men. Okay, I can speak for myself, but other white men, I don't know. I don't know where their hangups are. I don't know if they're worried about what their family thinks, society, or they're just, you know. And I think it's the same thing with black women. Some black women are afraid to get out of that comfort zone, or there's some hurt and emotions there they won't, or they riding the fence. There are some black women that love white men. There are some black women that's all they'll date. There are some black women that will date. They don't care what the race of the man is, as long as he loves her and he does what he's supposed to. Same thing with men. We all have our own thing going, right? We do. And, you know, I think for us to be married more often, we need to open up our options. And I would say in the white community, our marriages are trash. They really are. Statistically, yeah, we get married more, but they don't last. And there's always been a joke like, you know, white people say, well, black people don't get married as much. Maybe they're on to something. Maybe we shouldn't be so into it. They know it ain't going to work anyway, so they don't even jump into it. I'm just saying, no. But anyway, where are they now? I don't know. What are you talking about? Where are they now? The group that was talking? I don't know. I haven't researched them to this date. I just saw the video I liked and how they were talking about interracial relationships. you know, and I like how they embraced it, and I like how the crowd did too. But I don't know where you're referring. Where are they then? Oh, where are they then? Sorry, I'm just reading too fast. Where are they then? All the white men? They're all over. They're everywhere. Here's the deal. Now, in some areas, you're going to see interracial relationships all over. If you go in California, it's not uncommon to see interracial relationships. Okay? But maybe you go somewhere up north somewhere and you don't see it as much. Or, you know, it depends on where you live. Some places are more accepting of interracial relationships than others. Some places people do it more than others. You know, I've talked to this one woman who lives in Seattle. She says, yeah, everybody's dating interracially. It's not a thing. She says she's approached the white men all the time. And I talked to one woman in the Midwest, and she said, white men ain't talking to me or looking at me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know either. Okay. All I could say to the ladies, with men, it's more simple. I could tell them, you know, pull your head out of your butt and be a man and approach and do what you're supposed to. I could tell a man that. It's basic. Look, you need to make things happen and not wait for things to happen. This is what you need. Women, it's not so simple. I can't say women approach white men if that's what you want, because the man is supposed to be the one that pursues, the one that approaches. Okay, I've heard black women say they just go for it. That's not really how it's supposed to be, but you know, so I don't have an answer for black women. Where are they and how do I do this? All I could say is carry yourself in a positive light, you know, dress nice, carry yourself well, be confident, but be approachable. Okay? Make it seem like anybody can talk to you. Be within that comfort zone. You'll attract men that way. You will. But if you don't have the courage to approach you, I don't know what to tell you. I can't tell you why that is. Maybe he's scared. Maybe he can't get out of that comfort zone. Maybe he will later on. I mean, that was me back in the day. There was a time I couldn't do, but then I wanted to be with a black woman so bad, I just freaking did it because I was tired of doing with that. I was tired of thinking, what would it be like? At least she's going to have to look me in the eye and tell me I don't want nothing to do with you. I want to put it on her because I know what I want. And that's how you have to be as men. But ladies, all I can tell you is, you know, be in the area where the men you want to be with, you know, and catch his eye. Because if you catch his eye, you know, you might catch that attraction. He might, you know, take a shot with you. But here's the thing. And a lot of times when we're interracially coming together, a lot of times, a lot of white men think that black women only want to be with black men. We believe that, seriously. Because we see it on TV. Even when you see women talking about interracially dating, a lot of times you'll have that black woman say, it's only black men for me. I'll do without. That's all I want. We hear that, right? So it's a perception thing. You know, so, you know, a lot of times we kill our chances by not even trying because we assume things are a certain way. Oh, she don't like me anyway. I'm not even going to try. How do you know that? And ladies, are you in an area when you say white men ain't stepping up their game? Are you in an area where there's a lot of white men? I'm just saying. And you got to be at events. You got to be in friendship circles. Because men, I'm going to tell you, when I was dating, you know when I'd approach women as at special events, when things were going on at the club, at events, when I'm around friends in the friendship circle, doing things. Most of the time, I didn't approach women at work. It was straight business. I didn't have time. And you know, I didn't just randomly approach women on the street or in the grocery store. I just didn't do that. It was always at an event where something's going on. That's when I was thinking about it. So take that into account too, ladies. You got to be where they're at. And they got to know you're there. And be positive. Positive goes a long way. How you dress and how you carry yourself is so attractive. You can be average at best and be a knockout because of how you carry yourself, how you dress, how you talk to people, how positive you are. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to let you into a little secret. A lot of us as men, we want a woman that thinks highly of us, that loves us. We want a woman that clings to us. We do. And we'll take that over a supermodel that's got an attitude. I'm just telling the truth. Because at the end of the day, we want that person that loves us. Of course, attraction's part of it. But at the end of the day, we want that woman that loves us with all our heart. And you know what? We'll take that woman that's average, that's cute, above that supermodel that's a total knockout. Seriously. And I think women are the same way. They'll take the guy that provides for them, that looks decent, rather than that guy that looks like Tom Cruise or, you know, that ain't doing nothing for them. I'm just saying, right? Because we want it all. We want love in all areas. You know? So how you carry yourself, that you're presenting yourself. You're giving a preview what it would be like to be with you. What it would be like to have a relationship with you. Please put your message. Oh, yeah. Yeah, put them on caps because, you know, I might miss it. But seriously, guys, it's not all just how you look. It's how you carry yourself, too. It's the attitude. It's your positivity. It's how you dress. Okay? And I tell you, whenever I approach a black woman back in the day, I always dressed nice. I always had my hair cut. I always had myself together when I approached black women. And I would tell the guys, that's what you need to do. It goes a lot further. Okay? And ladies, I know mostly women get dressed up. They put on their makeup. They try to look their best when they go out on a date, right? So why would us as men not do the same? You know, the last live I did, the guy went on a date with the woman and he was in jeans and had a ball cap on. Like, really? You know, it's like, do you want to hang out and play basketball or you're dating this woman? I'm just saying. Perception's reality, right? That's what they say. You look professional, they believe you're professional. You know, you got nice clothes on, you got your haircut, you look nice, they think you're nice. If you go and meet them like you just got out of bed, they think you're a rag bag. I'm just being honest. They're all around. But most are just looking for sex. Well, and you know what? Sad to say that most men out there are just looking for sex. All across racial, honestly. More of the younger guy. That's what they. And we're in a society where people think that because you're dating, you're in the bedroom also. Like it comes with, you're my girlfriend now, so we got to go to the bedroom. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. But we're so twisted in society, that's how we live. And yeah, these guys are probably, that's what they're looking for. All racial groups of men are looking for that. But if we're going to do things right, if we're going to do things the way God intended us to do, we got to do it the way God intended us to do. We got to get to know each other. We got to be friends. We got to make sure we're in love. We got to, before we hit the bedroom, right? Got to make sure you're married before you do that. That's what we should do. Society would be a lot better off if we lived that way. Unfortunately, we don't. We think because we date, we got to head straight to the bedroom. No. If you look at it biblically, that's what you do when you're married, not when you're dating. And I'm not trying to get all religious on anybody, but serious, guys. He will find you when you're not looking. That's my experience. I almost missed up my opportunity. And ladies, I think that's true. Sometimes when you're not looking, he's looking for you. Going through life, men and women, how many times have we messed up an opportunity dating someone that we were into? Both men and women, be honest. How many times have you messed up? You found that right guy and you were clicking on all cylinders, or right woman, but you messed up. And you look back and say, man, I messed that up. And I've done it several times. I was like, man, she really liked me. And I didn't do nothing. I fouled it up. We're all guilty of that, right? A lot of times we'll mess up opportunities, because we think something's a certain way. We're not paying attention. Or sometimes we see it in front of our face and we just mess it up. I don't know. I've done that before. And I'm like, why the heck did I do that? I knew what was happening, but I messed it up. But here's the thing. The people that are strategic have the best outcome. The people that have a plan have the best outcome. The people that think strategically have the best outcome. They're the ones that are going to be the most successful. You can hang out at work and see who you're with and be attracted to them and hope they approach you. Or, as men, you can approach them, or as ladies, catch their attention. I'm just saying. Now, I got it. It's not that simple. And, I don't have the secret sauce formula. I wish I did. If I knew how to make a relationship just happen, I'd be a millionaire right now. I'd be a billionaire. I'd have my own island somewhere. I'd be so rich it wouldn't even be funny. I would make Donald Trump wouldn't have nothing on me. Bill Gates wouldn't. Oprah wouldn't. I'd be so wealthy, I wouldn't even know what to do if I knew the secret. And all truth be told, none of us have the answers. I could tell you what works for me, what worked for me and my wife. I could tell you how I approach things, but I can't guarantee success for you. I can't. I could just tell you what's worked for me. I could tell you the experiences that worked. I could tell you what I did to make it work. And I have a successful marriage. I've been married to my wife 28 years. She's a Black woman. We made it work. If you make the same decisions I do, will it work for you? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. All people are different. Usually, though, if you find true love, it's going to work. If you both truly love each other. But there's no secret sauce formula. I can't tell you how to get a man to come to you and make it happen. I can't tell the guys how to find that special woman and live happily ever after. I can't. I can tell you what I think. I can tell you what's worked for me. I can tell you what I think the best decision is, but that's just my opinion. There are so many dating gurus that talk like they got the answers. They don't. They're just telling you their opinion. Can you get good advice from them? Sure. You can also get bad advice. I mean, But anyway, I could talk about this all night. But the thing of it is, guys, think strategically. Have a plan. Okay? Have a vision. What do you want? How you want to be with a certain group of men, right, ladies? Where are they at? They're not going to come bursting through your neighborhood looking for you. Yeah, there are more white men dating and marrying black women, but they're not roaming black neighborhoods looking for black wives. It's not happening like that. What's happening is they're starting to get to know each other, either in college or, in neighborhoods that have diverse groups in there. They talk to each other. They have relationships. A lot of times they might catch your eye and say, wow, she's beautiful. I like how she looks with her braided hair. And, that's kind of different from what I see. That can be something. Or, a lot of times interracial relationships are going to increase more and more because, as we move on through time, our neighborhoods aren't all black or all white anymore. Okay? There's neighborhoods where there's mostly black or mostly white, but there's black people everywhere in every neighborhood, in every economic level. White people too. There are those in us in Beverly Hills, and there's those of us in the inner city also. We're all over. Okay. So as time goes by, we're going to be more closely together. And we're integrating, guys. It didn't just happen in the 60s where we got together and said, okay, racism's wrong. Let's love each other and eat at the same lunch counter. No, it goes beyond that. Integration is integration all the way. Not just dealing with each other, but marrying each other, having children together, becoming families together. That's true integration. And there are people that don't want to see that. They want black people to stay with black people and white people with white people. And there are black and white people that are segregationists right now. They're pro-black, pro-white, white supremacists, black supremacists. We see them, right? They think one's superior over the other. Nobody's superior over nothing. We're just men and women in this world. Right? And you know what? We're integrating. It's already happened. We're coming together. Like it or not, the haters out there, the ones that don't like seeing it happen, it's going to happen. And there's nothing you can do about it. I don't care if you teach your kids to stay with their own race. Sooner or later, one of your kids is going to go to the other race because they're going to be attracted to someone in another racial group. Then your grandkids are going to do it. Before you know it, we're all interfused together. For me, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I'm totally okay with it. I don't worry about how my kids are going to look, whether they're light, dark, or in the middle. Who cares? As long as they're happy, successful, and good people. That's what I want. That's all I care about. But anyway, we've been on an hour and 24 minutes. I'm going to drop the link. If you do want to come on, you can. I'll leave it for a few minutes, and then I'm going to close it out. And, guys, and I'm going to apologize again. I said I was going to a prayer meeting. I just haven't got to. I'm sorry, but I did want to come on live and talk to you guys. And like I said, I had to take a break from YouTube, because it wears on you. I had to spend time with my wife and re-energize. And my work schedule too has a huge impact on that because I can't do it as much as I want to either. But anyway, hey there, Loren. How's it going?
Hey, Brent. Sorry about that.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. What's up, buddy?
Oh, nothing. I just thought I'd do a little live stream and.
I'm glad we're in sync tonight. I went live earlier, and I was like, somebody said, "Oh, Brent is live." I was closing out just as you were coming on.
Oh, were you? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
so,
awesome.
Brent, I just wanted to say that, like, I love where your channel is going. Like, I love the direction of your channel, and because you talk about how much more we need to, go where they are. You can't stay in the house all the time. And I think that you have to be proactive. You can't just expect to sit home, because we talk about interracial dating, but you also have to remember that men are just men. You know what I mean? White men are just men. Men are just men. And when you're talking about meeting guys, which is what we're talking about here, I know it's interracial dating, but you're talking about meeting guys. Where do you meet guys? You have to go where guys are. You have to get proactive. You have to get intentional. You have to try something different and try something new. And I was talking about online. I mean, I was just talking about previously. What was my life about earlier? About divesting away from certain types of relationships. About divesting away from the wrong kinds of relationships. What think patterns not to repeat. What not to do when going forward. So looking for provider men, looking for men that know that it's their job to be the man and be a provider, because that's what men do. You know what I mean? Men that value marriage, men that want to be faithful and want to be loyal and want a family. And every man doesn't want that, and that's okay. That's okay, but like don't waste your time with men that don't want what you want. And date smartly. Give character over color, which is like, you have to pay attention to his character and let his character speak for itself, not assigning him all these good qualities before he's even proven anything yet, and not jumping to conclusions. Men are just men. It's I know it's like a big deal for some Black women and white men to like be trying something new, but at the heart of it, and at the end of the day, we're just women and men, and you still have to vet each other and give each other the proper, give each other the proper amount of inspection and all of that to make sure you're ending up with the right person. But I liked the video that you played earlier, and I was going to say that like there was this other video, what you were just saying about how Black men, I mean white men aren't necessarily going around looking in Black neighborhoods looking for Black women. But there's this video of this one white guy who was on some radio station, and he said that he always wanted to marry a Black woman, and in his neighborhood there just weren't any Black women. But he always wanted to, yeah. It reminded me of you. I was like, oh, I gotta tell him about that. So he was like, where I was, he was like, there weren't any Black women there. And so he said, I had to get intentional about meeting a Black woman because that's who I knew I wanted to be with. So he actually did go seek out. He actually had to put in the effort to find the person, and he found her. He married her. They've been married for years now, but he had to get like intentional about finding them. And so I'm in an area now where there's tons of white people. There's tons of white men. Yeah. There's like I'm like all in the country, but. and I love it. I love it. I would not go back to the city for anything. I love it.
Blame you, right? Hey, I always lived out in the suburbs or in the rural areas. I like to be close to a city, but not in it.
Right. Yeah, and I am. I'm still
Yeah.
pretty close, but I'm far enough away to where I don't have like any riffraff, you know. It's far out enough to where it's
Yeah.
like a totally different world, and I it's so
That's
awesome.
a slower pace. It's more simple, you
Yeah,
know?
I love it. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
Like I'll go drive somewhere and there's like no traffic at all.
Well, yeah, you can have a car too. Like I don't know how it is in New York. I was told a lot of people don't have cars because where are they going to put them?
Yeah, it's really funny. Nobody drives because there's too much traffic.
Yeah.
It's like this oxymoron.
You're right.
Everybody has a car, but then people say nobody has cars. Well, nobody has cars. Where's all the traffic coming from? Like somebody's
Yeah, they
gotta
have them. They're just not using cars.
I mean, but you have to, you have to put your best foot forward. And I agree with you. I don't think that you should be, I don't think women should be the ones doing the approaching and trying to bag him and all that. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
think that if you want a traditional man, you should go about it a traditional way.
Yeah.
But all you have to do is put your best foot forward. Go where they are. Once they're there and you have options and you see options, just go and put your best foot forward. And he will approach. He definitely will approach. And I don't know. Some people say that white guys don't approach. I don't know. I see today white guys approach more than I've ever in my life.
Yeah.
I've never known white guys.
Yeah. You know what? I approached. I mean, I got to the point where this is what I want. And you know what? If you want something bad enough, you're going to get it. And
you're going to go for it.
You got to do it. I mean, and if you could get out of your comfort zone enough to just approach, and what I was talking about, this is a thing that works. You approach a woman. If you're a white guy, she's a black woman. She might reject you and not be interested. But I'm telling you, and I say do it. Don't wait till she's alone. Do it in front of her friends. Just approach her. Because her friends, she'll have one or two that say, oh, he's in the black. Okay. What she won't do, one of her friends will. And you know what? It's like a networking process. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like you're putting yourself out there. And, and then it shows that you're not afraid. She might not want to be with you. She might not be interested, but she's going to respect it because black women think that white men are scared to approach. Mm-hmm. And if she sees you approach, you're going blindsided. Wow. And he did it in front of my friends. Like, wow, this guy really goes for what he wants.
Mm-hmm. And some still do. Some people say that it shouldn't matter our complicated history and all that, but it does matter. Yeah. It still does. And you can't escape it. I don't care. Oh, that was a long time ago. We should be over it by now. Like there was just a mass shooting where that guy in the supermarket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's like things like the fact that something like that would still happen today, and we're not as far away from the problem as we like to believe. You know what I mean? Like we would all love to believe that, but it's just is what it is. So we have a little bit more to overcome in order to like be together and see each other as partners and stuff like that. But I think that some white men really just can't with the society pressure. That's what I think a lot of it is sometimes.
Yeah, that's part of it. And I think most of us, I believe the majority of us are like, okay, we can date each other. We don't hold grudges of the past, but there's enough that do that. There's still an emotional thing. And I've talked about race and, the problems and the barriers. And some women are really emotional. Some get upset because I don't dig deep enough into it, and some get upset because I'm even going into that subject. Mm-hmm. So I get both ends of that.
Oh my God!
No, I do. I mean, seriously, I've had women tell me, "Hey, why do you got to talk about that?" just stay positive. We don't want to hear about that. We know the world's evil. And then I hear some women, well, you don't really, you're shallow. You don't really dig into the problem and try to, well, honestly, what can I do? I mean, I can tell you how I feel, what I think. I can't.
I remember this one time you told me that you were dating this girl. And she was one of those, like, you don't understand my struggle, and she kicked you.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, that didn't work. And it was like, and I tried to be, I tried to understand and be respectful and loving, and and it was like I couldn't win. I just couldn't. I mean, you laugh, but it hurt. It was a hurtful relationship. I was just like, oh my God. I told her, I says, you know what? I'm sorry. I love you. Does that count? Well, yeah, I love you.
Relaxing. It's just that I didn't know that, like, this perspective, like, your perspective is just, it's new. So it's just like, I didn't know that was like a thing that, like, some white guys had to, like, deal with and face. But I remember at the time you told me that she didn't just kick you out, like, she threw you out, she threw stuff at you, and she, like, made this big deal and this big scene. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, that is so much.
But you know what? That was one case that, most black women I dealt with, I didn't really have to deal with that. Usually black women, to me, and I've always said this, they're easy going, they're easy to talk to.
She seemed a little extra. Yeah, I just think you happened to get an extra one.
Yeah, usually, and I feel I've always felt more comfortable around black women. And maybe because that's what I'm attracted to, so that's what I went after, so that I got used to it maybe. But no, I think black women are just, when it comes to women, more loving, more understanding. They really are. Even though there's, some things going on with emotions and racial things, I think actually they're really loving. If you show them love, you're going to get it back. I think that's with most black women. I really do. But yeah, I've had some crazy situations. I mean, I've had black women, treat me great, and I've had a few I had one that used to beat me up, and I had one.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh man, but for the most part, it's been pleasant, and even with the couple situations I had, I still believe black women are the best choice. There's no doubt in my mind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Brent.
Hey, Samantha.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey, good to see you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys' conversation. This is so interesting because I can say that I've been dating out my race since the first grade.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and that's because my aunt married a white man. So my experience of being around many people that, like, a lot of people that are white, to me, it's just a normal thing. But when I got older, I started to see a lot of black women that would approach me. Oh, you're dating a white man, and how is it? Or people say, oh, you grew up around white people. Are you okay? And it's like, what? What do you mean? Am I okay? So I had to explain to a lot of black people that what you've been taught, and a lot of it's unfortunately brainwashing, that the white man's going to get you. The white man doesn't like you. That's the younger generation doesn't know what's going on. Generation to generation, they teach these behaviors that white people are against you. They're not able to actually see that things are changing. Do you see what I mean? So I had a friend, and I was telling her to date out of a race, and she's really heavy into black justice. And I was asking her, she's like, I can't date a black man because, or a white man because, history, and they're bad in their behavior. And I said, okay. She said she told me she had a bad life. So I was like, okay, so let's break it down. When did you experience the first bad thing in your life? She's like, when I was 8, I was touched on. She said, when I got older and I was 15, 16, the boyfriend that I was with beat me. And then I said, did you have a father in life? She's like, no. And then she's like, I have a baby and the guy doesn't help me. So I went through her whole life and said, okay, you said your first encounters like rape, molestation when you're young. What color man did that to you? She's like, black. And then I said, okay, well, when you were beat up by this boyfriend, this 15, 16 years old, this domestic violence, this abuse, what color was he? Black. Okay. And then you said your father didn't raise you. What color is he? Black. And then you said that you've been told you're ugly and this up. Who's telling you this? What color men? Black. I said, honey, all of your problems are stemming from black men, but you won't give white men a chance. And a lot of black women don't see that. All of your problems are coming from black males, but you keep on saying a long time ago, some white men who don't even exist is still
Yeah.
the problem. That doesn't make any sense. They're
Mhm.
living through the past and what they've been told generation after generation to fear white men, even though right in front of their faces, they're getting abused by black men. I don't understand how they're not seeing this.
But a lot of that and that is actually the like one of the purposes of my channel is to like kind of open black women's eyes up to the fact that this is actually taught. A lot of people
Yes.
don't understand how black women could, still like why you have all this loyalty. It's taught. You're taught that that's the way it's supposed to be. And it's like how even the video that you played, Brent, with what's the girl's name? That was talking. I forget the girl's name, but she was just saying that she just never saw white men as an option.
Oh, Tisha Campbell?
Yeah. Her. She's gone, her whole life and she's never dated interracially. It's just an expectation as a black woman that you have to stay race loyal. And you have to be exposed to it. And so even with you having interracial like family members and all that, a lot of black women don't even have that. They don't see growing up family members who are married to white men or stuff like that, and they see the marriages and they see the relationships and all that. So on every angle it's foreign. On every angle it's not common. So you have to like unlearn things first, and then you have to learn the right way as well.
You know how they teach this is what I've seen too. There be white people who never ever grow up around black people. And so their only perspective of black people is what they see off of TV.
On TV.
Oh, I watched BET, or I watched Friday.
Yeah.
I watched, Menace of Society. So that's how
I met some white people like that.
Yes. That's also how black people are. They watch the slave movies. They watch how black people are always constantly getting killed. That's why it's the same thing. We're doing the same thing in both cultures, both communities. It's just that we're not recognizing it. Black people are not recognizing you're doing the same thing that white people are doing. And that's the same thing in as far as like the brainwashing in the black community. Like I've seen a lot of black women say white men are racist. They don't like black skin. I said, but you're going out with a black guy that tells you he doesn't like dark skin too. When they're telling you these white men are racist, these black guys are even more racist. They don't like black. How are you a black man saying you don't like black skin?
Yeah,
how
but
are you a black man saying you don't want black children? Like they're racist, and black women can't see that black men are being racist. They don't like your hair. How do they not like your hair? How do they not like your skin? That's all white supremacy, but it's coming out of the mouths of black men.
Yeah, true that.
Come on, black women, please wake up.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely.
That's crazy. That blew my mind. I never knew the colorism thing till I married my wife. I never really knew it was a thing.
Yeah.
And my mother-in-law explained it to me. She said, and she's like 87, right? And she grew up in Texas, and she went through the segregated days and all that stuff. And she told me when they would go to a nightclub, they would have the paper bag. And if you were darker than that, they wouldn't let you in some places.
Wow.
Black people doing it.
Yes.
And I was like, no. I told her, no, they didn't do that. Come on now. I thought she was lying to me. Because
it's true.
Yeah, I said, no, because at first I thought she was talking about white people. I said, yeah, well, racism, No, this was black people doing it. I'm like, no, come on.
No, it's true.
But
It's promoted from the black men, and black women aren't seeing everything that racist white men do. This is the racist white men. This is not the good white men like you, Britt, but racist white men, they talk about skin color. So then
yeah,
black men will do the same thing. So those white men will say we like white women, black men will say we like white women. Racist white men will say we don't like their black women's hair. So then black men will say we don't like black women's hair. Black women just are not picking up on their behavior because they keep on looking at the skin color to trust the black males because they have black skin. They said we trust these black men with black skin, but they're not listening to the words and the behaviors. Like they were telling me, this one black guy tried to tell me, don't be with white men and this and that. He's telling me all this stuff. I was like, dude, it's too late. I already married a white man. I already have a white child. Like, you're not gonna brainwash me. The white men are bad. I already know they're not all bad. Just like all black men are not bad. But the majority of these black males that are saying they don't like black women things, all of their behavior comes from white supremacist behavior. Their mindsets are white supremacist behavior. And that's why I say, okay, this whole thing of racism, just white men are racist. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's definitely not true. Yeah. I definitely have black men tell me, but if you get with the white man, you're gonna water yourself down. Like I've heard that
Well,
before.
they're trying to this is the thing. They're trying to, because when black men get with white women, they say, oh, the white woman's going to have a black baby. They don't say it's watering down. You see the trick? You see what they tell you, but you see what yes, it's all a trick. This is all psychological warfare, you guys.
You know what? Umar Johnson says that anybody that has a child with a black person, the baby's black.
Yeah.
And,
no, that's not true.
No, that's what he says.
I know, because it's a brainwashing tactic. You have coffee and you put creamer in the coffee. Is it black coffee anymore? No. It gets lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. What it is these black males have tactics, psychological tactics to play on black women because they know all you have to do is keep on talking about slavery and talking about how you're ruining the black race, you black women. And then that's how they keep the black women, because the black women don't know this. Guess what? The race is through the man. It's not through the woman. The leaders of the race is the men. The men are the ones who carry the race. It's his race. That's why when you get married to a man, you're taking his last name, your representation of your father. So it's not through the black woman. It's not through the women. It's through the men. And that whole thing of if you have a black baby with a black person, the baby's black, that's a lie. They did that, the one drop rule, to benefit slavery. So let me tell you how that works.
Yeah.
So basically, they said, okay, there were a lot of slave masters that were having babies with black women, the slaves, right? And they said, wait a minute, these babies are half white, so aren't they free now? And the white men looked at it as, we will lose money if we have all these children that we had with these black slaves. We won't have any slaves anymore. So in order for us to keep making money and profiting, we're going to say that if you have one drop of black, you're black. It was for money, but they were able to brainwash. The black people weren't smart enough to understand. It was all about money.
Yeah.
It was all about money. Go ahead.
No, well, yeah, that's true. Here's the thing that'll tell the truth, guys. Do your ancestry. I'm going to tell you something. There is a lot of white blood in the black community.
Yeah,
because
that's very true.
In our history is the biracial children we threw to the wayside because they weren't pure. That was a white supremacy thing. And I did my DNA, right? And it put me in percentages in different countries in Europe and stuff. There's no black blood in me, but here's the thing. I do have, and there are black people that share my DNA. There's quite a few, actually, like fifth and sixth cousins, because it goes that far back. I'm like, these are black people. We got the same DNA, and I have no black DNA. What's that tell you?
Yeah.
And you do a study, it's most black people have some European ancestry in them.
Most black people have a lot of European ancestry in them. It's
a lot of percentage. And white people, they either have none or very little. You know, and
Yeah,
why
like
is that? It should
13%.
be evened
No, they
out.
have 7% on black. Yeah,
Yeah, but
it's true.
what's that tell you?
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I've had a lot of absolutely. I see this is the thing is I'm able to see because I was raised in a different environment from most
Uh-huh.
black people. I'm able to compare the culture or I should say the culture versus the black culture. And because of that, I can see all of the manipulation that black males are doing to black females as far as telling them it's okay for us to date out our race, but not you. And the reason why they mainly want black women to date, but not date out of their race, is because they need to feel like someone's below them. Let me go back to what I was saying before, as far as like the white supremacy stuff, right? So white
Mm-hmm.
supremacists, they need someone to bash over the head and say you're lower than me. So they're using all white supremacy tactics to keep black women like they're lower in society. Your hair's ugly, your body's ugly, your skin's ugly, and I'm better than you. See, white people are not looking at us black guys as bad anymore. It's going to be you black women that are being looked at as bad. That's basically what they're doing.
You know what? You know what's crazy is I've gotten some trolls send me comments like, "You want black women? You can have them. We'll we'll, we'll do a trade. Like we could trade women like livestock." I'm just like,
Oh, petty.
no, but they'll
That's
say
oh my God, that's slave mentality right there. That proves what
it
I'm
is,
saying.
and
Look at
it's
how
like
they think like white slave masters.
I've had these guys say,
Dude,
yeah,
and
yeah, and I've had
all
them
of the
say,
things they say come from oh my gosh. Go ahead.
yeah, no, it's crazy. I've had them tell me, well, okay, you can have black women. We're done with them, you know, and we'll take the white women. I'm like, what is this? This guy told me this, and I'm
No,
like,
no. Yeah, there is no done with anything. What I believe is white men should be dating white women, black women, Asian women, Hispanic, all women. I feel like it
yeah,
doesn't matter your
whoever you
color.
want to be with.
If you're men who have good character, you believe in family, you believe in protecting women, children, providing, you should be the men that have all the women, regardless of your skin color. Do you see what I mean?
Oh,
I
Corey.
don't
Corey
think
says. Corey says the guy on my show the other day. This guy called in and he's like, take her. You can have her. She's yours.
Really?
Just take her. You can have her.
yeah,
And
they're acting like they have power. And that's why these
Yeah,
girls are saying I'm divesting from that. That's why you have all these divestors because black guys are acting like they have power over black women, like black women don't have a choice to date white men.
it's
And
like,
this
buddy,
black guy said, do that. I
it's
said,
not up to
honey, I don't
you.
even. Yeah, I'm like, I don't even know who you are. You're a stranger. You don't own me. I've never dated you in my life.
yeah,
I don't even know who you are. If you ever tried to talk to me, you never had a chance. Like, stop acting like every black woman wants to be with you. And I experience that all the time. Black guys get mad because they see, oh, she's not with a black guy. You're with a white girl standing right next to you, or a Mexican or Spanish girl, whatever, or Asian girl. And you're trying to act like you own me while you're dating a white female. This makes no sense.
right.
Yeah, they
Well,
have psychological issues. This is psychopathic behavior, sociopath behavior, and no one's picking up on their behaviors.
yeah, you know, it's crazy. It's like, I, you know, the only woman you could say is yours is your wife.
When you're married.
That's it. No
Yeah,
other
that's what makes
woman
it
belongs
crazy.
to you. It don't matter if she looks like you. I find that odd that would be like me, you know, going into some interracial channel with a black guy and a white woman and say, well, because she looks like me, I got say in their relationship.
Yeah.
I'm like, really?
Yes.
But I have guys come in mine and talk about me and my wife. I'm like, this is my family.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yes.
bizarre. It's like
They're
I
weird.
have
People.
yeah, I have respect for other men. I mean, I will never go on a man's channel and talk about his wife or his relationship. That's his business. but they
Yeah,
come
but
to mind for some reason.
they don't understand that though, Brent. This is like a mindset of like animalistic caveman type of behavior. Like that's how it
Yeah.
is with animals. When you're like the animals fight over the women, they're like, this is my woman. Like it's like they're behind mentally. And it's not to bash and put them down. It's because of their actions and their behavior and how they even speak and talk. It's like animalistic.
It's kind of funny how they would say, okay, we'll trade. I'll take this one and you take that one.
They tell me that, like, okay. Well, you know what? And I wouldn't mind
Slave
having
mentality, yeah.
I wouldn't mind having more black women in my neighborhood. I love black women. I think they're amazing, seriously. But I don't have power over other women. They're their own, you know, they're individuals. I have no power over them, nor should I. The only woman that belongs to me is my wife. And it's like, you know, and we belong to each other. We made that commitment in marriage. But I it just sounds funny. Yeah, we'll trade. Like, okay,
Yeah,
we're going to make a deal and we're going to have these women go to different neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, and you should call them out on that. You should save those screenshots and start showing black women how black men are thinking. They think you are cattle. They think you are slaves to be traded. And they're sitting here saying that white men are white supremacy. That's that right there is black males copying white males a long time ago in white supremacy. You see how their mindset is still like old and how white men are past that and done with that?
Yeah, and the thing of it is, if white supremacy, you're so upset with it, wouldn't you embrace a black woman that's a dark black woman that looks like a black woman that naturally came from Africa? I'm just saying, just psychologically, if I hate white supremacy, I'm going the opposite, right?
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
not.
why would I go with it? It's like,
but Brent, they do hate white supremacy, but more importantly, they admire the power. They admire the fact that the other men look more powerful and look stronger, and so they admire that power. So instead of them going the opposite direction and not continuing supremacy or those supremacist patterns, they're trying to imitate them. And they're just doing it like I've been saying this. They think that they need to treat like some, women the way that they feel that they are treated. It's kind of like the bully or like the bullied kid that goes home and bullies somebody else smaller than them, It's literally like, like that.
Kind of like the guy that's teased at work and takes it out on his wife because he don't stand up to the other men.
Right. Yeah. So he can't.
That's the thing, though. I don't. Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna say he can't stand up, and he doesn't have the power that he admires in white men. Like it's why black men, it's how they think they can compete. It's why they're always talking about white women. It's like that's when they think they're competing. That's when they think they've reached, I don't know, another level of being. Is when they get a white woman. They think that that's like the cherry on top, and
that's why I say I don't think that they hate white supremacy, because if you're trying to be like them, if you're trying to be like white men and treat your women bad, no. If you're playing games with the black women and you're being a player and you don't take care of the black women, you make them welfare recipients and make them poor on welfare because you want to be like the old slave white men who didn't take care of their kids. It means that you like white supremacy. You just don't like when white supremacy is after you black males. But when it comes to black women, they like white supremacy attacking black women. That's why they use the same tactics as white supremacy to attack black women. That's why they treat black women in the community the way that they do. That whole thing of not taking care of their kids is what Britt said earlier. The white men, when they had biracial kids in slavery, they didn't take care of those kids. That's exactly the behavior that black men are doing till this day. Black women are just not able to connect the behavior as being white supremacy behavior. So they like the behavior. That's why they practice the behavior.
And to be honest, we have a horrible history. And I get it. White people have been the most evil people on earth. I get it. I don't dispute that.
I don't know about that. I think that
But
you have to reach further
well,
back in history. Before white people were even on this planet, black people were still killing each other.
yeah,
The
well,
first people
people,
on this planet were African people. They were black and they went to war with each other. They killed each other. They tortured each other. So behavior is not a white or black thing. It just can be
yeah,
passed on from group to group. Behavior is not a color thing. It's just passed on from group to group.
yeah. No, I agree with that. No, what I'm saying is, I don't run from the sins of the past. I don't try to excuse it or dismiss it.
You
Um,
recognize it.
I know it's there and it is what it is. But what I would say to people is like, okay, don't link me up with those people because I'm in a different space and time. We're different people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
passed down their DNA. I look like them, but I am not them. I have their DNA, yes,
Yeah.
but I'm my own man. And you know, it just, but if you look at human history, oh my gosh, just people are evil, period.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Brent,
I just, yeah.
you know what you guys should call yourself, white men of this time, this generation, is 2020. You should call yourselves the new white men, meaning we don't
Yeah, the
support
new.
white supremacy. We're the new white men. We don't practice that. We love all women. We cherish all women. We're going to take care of all women. White women, black, all of these women are our women. We're the new white men. That's what it should be. And then this whole image that white men are bad, white supremacy, that's not going to work. If you need to
Yeah.
retitle yourselves. White men need to retitle themselves. Say we're the new white men. What happened in the past, our ancestors did. We don't agree with that. That's why we're the new white men.
We're the new improved version.
Yes,
And
yes,
don't be
yes.
surprised if we put a Keisha on our pedestal. 'Cause
Right. Well,
you know what's
all of the
happening.
women, all the women. I'm for white men being with all the women because I feel like all women should be loved and cherished and taken care of, no matter their color. And so my thing is, if I see a white man, he's with an Asian woman, I'm like, oh, that's beautiful. If I see a white man, he's with a black woman, I'm like, oh, that's really beautiful. I see a white man with a Hispanic female, that's beautiful. If I see a white man with a white woman, that's beautiful. Do you
Oh,
see what I
yeah.
mean?
I saw this. I was really looking to find the video, Brent, 'cause I wanted to have like a live on this with you. There was
Uh-huh.
this white guy who was just praising his black girlfriend, and he just, making a big deal on over his black girlfriend online.
Uh-huh.
And I've noticed that a lot of Asian women have a problem with that because Asian women have always kind of like been the exotic choice,
Yeah.
like gonna get an Asian girl, gotta get an Asian. And I don't know, man. I think that they kind of feel competition or something because this
Really?
Asian girl like responded and it was like a lot of anger. And so she's like, it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if she's black, and she's going on and on and on. But I'm just like, man, if that was an Asian girl, would you feel the need to post that? That he was talking about his Asian girlfriend, praising his Asian girlfriend. Would you be that angry? It was really
No,
funny.
I
I
don't
found the
care
video.
who people praise at all. I mean, if that's who they love, that's who they love. I mean,
Mhm.
there's going to be some competition as this. I'm telling you, I have net. Hey, guys, honest. I'm being honest. Back when I married my wife, back in the early '90s, there were some white guys that say, "Well, why did you do that? There's white women. You don't like white women? What's wrong?" And no, they seriously. I don't hear that no more.
Yeah.
Nobody says
Yeah,
that to me. They're like,
yeah.
"Oh, how do you know what? How do you talk to black women? What do you say to them?" That like they think there's a secret formula that you approach them. I say you just approach them. She's a woman. Well,
Hey, that
yeah, but
happens too with the black women who come up to me and say, "Oh, you're with the white man. How'd you get?" Like it's a secret formula, but really all it is the lack of knowing each other's cultures. You got to get.
yeah,
We're so taught and brainwashed that hate, 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 hate that they're not able to see good qualities in each other. and that's what I heard you talking about earlier, like in your show. And I was seeing like writing down some stuff like the things that could bring to break the ice, right? So
Uh-huh.
things that can break the ice is looking into culture. If I meet a guy, like a guy says, starts talking to a black woman, some white men come up like earlier, they still do, and then I have to tell them I'm married, but they're like, "Oh, I like your hair." Hair is
Yeah.
very cultural in the black race. That can break the
Yeah.
ice. Complimenting a black woman's hair. When you're talking to a white male, it might be sports. White men love sports. I grew up with my uncle
Yeah.
watching NASCAR. I know they don't have NASCAR anymore,
Oh
but
gosh, I love NASCAR. Don't give me.
yeah, yeah. But
That's
white
the
men
white
like, yes,
stereotype
white,
type thing I like. Well,
yes,
that
and then
yeah. Go ahead.
go ahead. And white men like things like I know told my friend that when it was like I told her you should try to date out your race, try something new, and she's like, "Well, I don't even know how to approach it." I said, "What type of guy does he look like? Does he look like cowboy he had and boots?" And ask him about hunting, because she was in the country. They like hunting. They like sports.
Yeah,
They
we
like
do. We do.
Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
black women, it's more of the hair or dancing, music, art, things like that. Those type of things can break ice for conversations between black women and black men because black women and black men love activities, and they
Yeah.
love being in their community too. Talking about community things as well, as far as like leadership, giving back to the community, because white males are leaders in their communities, right? They have the role of, they love being providers, protectors, and leaders. They know that's part of their manhood, and so if you compliment how I look at it is complimenting a white male, and certain things in the community are that's achieved by white men, that's breaking the ice as well. So that's just certain things, even if you get to the part where you go on a date, you want to talk about things like customs and traditions, and while you're sitting down, morals, beliefs, things after it gets a while of you dating, things like that. And then also, if you go on a first date, you guys, this is really cute, but you get on your phones together, or and say, let's do a take the love language quiz. You guys know what that is?
No.
Yeah, that's love language is how you like to communicate love to someone and how you like
Oh,
to
okay.
receive love back from somebody. That breaks the ice a lot because you feel like you're already getting to know the person. So
Mm.
I did this with my significant other at the time, and he's the one that introduced me to it. And he was like, "What's your love language?" I said, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Your love language," and he says, "Come here, take this quiz with me." And so he's like, "Oh, so you like acts of service? That's how you like to receive love, and then you like to give love by you're more of a touchy, sensational. Like I like to touch and rub the head and caress things like that, cuddle." So he says, "Oh, I." He's like, "I think you're my partner." you know.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, because I love to be cuddle, and I love, you people playing in my hair and women playing my hair and going through my scalp. So I said, "Oh, okay." And he says, "And I don't mind being a man of service at all." So it's just certain things.
you know what? Black women's hair. Speaking of hair, I love black women's hair. I love braided hair. I I love black women in the 70s with their afros, and I thought that was awesome. I I love back in the day when my wife wore a jury curl. I thought that was beautiful. I
That is beautiful.
it was. I mean,
It still
black
is.
women.
It's 'cause you don't want to drip.
Yeah, yeah, right. I want. I told my wife. I said we're going to do a live together. We're going to show our old pictures. And I
Oh, that'd be
and,
so cute.
and her jury curl. She looks. My daughter's like, "Gee, mom, you look like Michael Jackson's girlfriend. You look you have a jury curl just like her."
Right.
That's so funny.
Yeah, back
Yeah,
in the day, that's what it was.
it was. That was the style. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, I think their hair is beautiful, and I don't understand why black men are and why they're so uptight about the weave.
Mm.
Like
it's
maybe that's
another
not their
tactic.
preferable hairstyle, but I don't know. It never made me mad that my wife went and got a weave.
No, it's another tactic. I'm trying to tell you. You can't say that you don't like a weave, her putting straight hair in, but then you worship white women's straight hair. Do you see
Yeah.
what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying. A lot of their behavior is psychopathic behavior. They're manipulators when they're doing this. That's like you dating that's like you dating a white woman, and then she goes and gets cornrows in her hair, and you cheat on her with the black woman because you like the cornrows, but when she does it, all of a sudden it's bad. Do you see what I mean? It
Yeah.
doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. When she mimics which it's the same thing in their relationships. They'll say they hate black women's hair, but then they'll date a white female that copies black women's hair. But they never tell the white
Yeah.
girl, "Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. We don't like those hairstyles." So that means when a black woman does a weave, a black woman wears cornrows, you hate it. But when a white girl does it, you don't hate it.
You know what? I've seen a lot of white girls with cornrows. Just like
Yeah.
Not just cornrows,
that
they
just
wear
easy
weaves in their
to
hair
do.
too. They wear weaves in their hair
Yeah,
too.
I've seen a rise in when white girls, and like I said, I don't care how white women want to wear their hair, but really, it's just it's not that they're uptight about it. It's just that it's like this bullying tactic, you know. That's really
Yeah.
all it is.
It's trickery. I just don't like the whole thing that you're thinking you're outsmarting someone, you're tricking someone. And with me, it's sad to see because with me they can't brainwash me and trick me. I'm mentally stable enough and I'm old enough to see the tactics. But when you do this to the young girls and you play mind games with them and tell them their hair is ugly, but then you go celebrate it on a white girl and tell her she's better, that's
Mm.
the evil part that I see. That's satanic to me. That's just my beliefs.
Yeah.
You can't. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, how come I never hear say don't get with that Becky, she's fetishizing you, black men. Don't get with that Becky,
Yeah,
she's racist. Don't get with
yeah. They'll
that
say
Becky,
white.
she's a white supremacist. Don't get with Becky because I
Hmm.
never hear that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
never
and you
do.
never will, and you never
yeah,
will. Lauren.
because it's a tactic. They want to say, "Oh,
Yeah,
white men are fetishizing you, white men," but they'll never say a white girl is
it's
fetishizing a
just for
black dude.
us. It's just a tactic too, because you know I think black women and white men have get receive the most hate because
Yeah, we
we really
do.
are the power couple, and so we
Yes.
Yes,
receive the most hate. So it's just a tactic to do whatever to kind of like discourage you from trying to look at each other. And really, like, that has worked for a long time. It's worked for a very long time, but
Yeah.
it's not really
Yeah.
working anymore. Like, that is those beliefs just kind of
Well,
cracked all up. And huh?
you know what's funny is I heard a black guy on YouTube, and I'm not going to mention his name, but he says that he said that black women are the right hand of white supremacy.
Oh
And
God.
I'm like, really? How does that work? A white supremacy means only white. White supremacy means white superiority. A
no. What
white
he
supremacist don't have a black wife.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
Yeah,
okay? What
it's guilt tripping, and it's
Yeah.
a if it's that's the same guilt trip. So if you talk to a white man, if you date a white man, if you marry a white man, if you're in a relationship with a white man, then it's a betrayal to the black
you're bad,
community.
everything.
And
But we, on the other
yeah,
hand, can sleep with all the white women,
yeah,
Spanish
they
women,
can do
Yeah.
it,
anyone
and it's
we
not the
want.
same thing. And so
Even
it's
though, hold on, even though these girls that are sleeping with black guys, they hate black women. A lot of them do, and they're jealous of black women. When
Yeah.
you're with the white man, he's not jealous of the black dude. Do you see what I
but
mean? They'll
No,
date
we're not.
racist white females. They'll date racist Hispanics, racist Asian females, and they're over here telling black women, "You're betraying me." What? And you
You,
know how
you,
black guys get with these girls? You know what they say to these girls? Oh, we hate black skin and black women's hair. That's how they get with these girls, which means they understand these females are racist. They know these
wow.
girls want to hear black males put down black women. And that's the only way these girls are giving these black guys chances is if they put down black women. I've never ever had a white man say, hey, say you hate black men if you want to be with me. I've never had a white man
Yeah,
ever
and
talk
I
about
don't really
a
date.
black.
I don't really date like that. Like if I'm dating, like I don't really talk about divesting, or I don't really talk about like. I think that talk like dating is just dating, and you should
Yeah.
keep it light and friendly and carefree, and you will eventually talk about heavier subjects. But black men are not really a part of my conversation at all.
Yeah, at
I don't
all.
really
Yeah.
talk about black men at all. So
Yeah,
And,
but
and
their
they shouldn't
they
conversations,
be.
don't
honey,
they
their
don't come up.
conversations are there. I'm trying to let you guys know their conversations are all about black women. It's all about putting black women down, all about black women are this, that. It's all racist supremacy, white supremacy. Not I don't even want to
Yeah,
say white
but
supremacy
that
anymore
whole
because
white
black
hand,
males are
the
using
right
it too.
hand of white supremacy, like I've heard that before too, but I don't. Again, it's just like so. It's just because you have the nerve to talk to a white guy, that means you're supporting white supremacy if you talk to a white guy. So
Yeah.
I don't really know about that, but Brent, I'm gonna jump down because it's getting really
Okay.
late over here, so I'm
Oh,
gonna
it is.
go.
Yeah, yeah,
It's only 8 o'clock over
you're
here.
almost midnight where you're at.
Yeah. Great show, Brent, as usual. Yeah, creating says
Hey,
dating
thanks,
versus
thanks for
dating.
coming on, Loren. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, no problem. I haven't been over here in a while, so like I've been like meaning
But,
to catch some more lives and meaning to catch up with you a little bit. So I'll be back really soon because we need to do
okay.
this again.
Well,
Yeah.
I try to do as many as I can.
Mhm.
My work schedule's been crazy,
Yeah.
but
And
yeah,
I'm glad you took that break though, because sometimes you
I
definitely need
needed
to
it.
detox.
I was drained. I was drained.
Yeah.
I was tired, and then a little emotional drained, and then I was just like, you know what? I need to get away from this. So I told my wife, let's just hang out together. Let's just, we went and saw the new Top Gun movie tonight, and today, and that was fun.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, so I just needed a YouTube vacation. You
Yeah.
might say.
I
You need
totally understand that.
Yeah.
That's so
I
great.
totally understand that. That's I take
Yeah.
them quite often, and as much as I actually love being a YouTuber now, I've started to notice there's been a lot of reaction videos and people like posting stuff about me and like just
Oh, really?
saying crazy stuff. But like I said, I'm not gonna even respond because that's just gonna drain me. So like I'm not even gonna like respond to any of that stuff. I'm just just stick. I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
stick to the
don't.
topic.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to the
Yeah.
topic
don't even
and
worry
keep
about what
it
they're saying.
really, yeah, because it's very draining being,
It is.
it'll suck
Well,
you dry.
a lot of these channels make a lot of money on gossip and
Yeah,
the back and forth beefs and I see it all the time, and
yeah,
I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it works. People like the drama, but I don't know.
it's
And
kind
they
of a
want to
lot.
keep it going, and they want to keep on go. They want to keep the drama going.
Yeah.
That's why they make those channels, and that's why they don't like channels like her channel because she's trying to dismantle all of the confusion and the lies, and she's trying to
Yeah.
encourage. So her channel is seen as, oh, you're against me, making stuff worse and gossiping. I need this gossiping to make money off of. People are like
Yeah.
heartless and soulless. They don't care about making the world a better place. They just want to make money.
Yeah.
Just like you said, that guy made that comment of black women are the right hand of white supremacy. I've also seen that, and I laughed and I commented to this guy. I said, how would black women be the right hand? I said, when you black males don't take care of your children and the black women have to go to welfare, they're poor. You just made 2/3 of the black race poor. Isn't that helping white supremacy?
Yeah.
By you making black women and black children poor, you just helped white supremacy, not black women. By you
That
downing black women and saying white women are better, their hair is better, their skin's better, which we know genetically by DNA it's not better. That's helping white supremacy. That's helping to push the image of
Yeah.
black people as being bad. When you're saying black women, they're masculine, even though you're not the one protecting the race. Black Lives Matter had to get started by 3 black women. That means you're putting black women in positions to be masculine. That means you just helped white supremacy, because now the black women have to fight against racist white people. So everything that black males do, their behavior actually supports white supremacy. You murdering the black race, because 90% of the murders in the black race come from black males. So you murdering the black race helps white supremacy. So all those white cops you see killing black people, guess what? The other rest of the 90, that's probably like what, 5-10%, not even 10%, 8%. The rest of the 90% is coming from black males. So that's helping white supremacy. So nothing the black woman is doing is helping white supremacy. Everything that black males are doing helps white supremacy. Everything.
Wow.
Think about it. You're killing off black people, just like how you're saying all these white men are killing off black people. You're raping black women. That helps white supremacy. You're not taking care of black children and protecting them. That helps white supremacy. Think about it. Black males are helping white supremacy. Black women are just loving the good white men. That's all black women are doing. That's what she's guilty of doing, is loving.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'll catch you on another. I'll catch you on another live, Brent. Nice hanging out with you guys tonight.
Okay. Hey, thanks for coming on, Lorena. It's good talking to you.
You
Good
too.
to see you. I appreciate
Bye,
it.
guys.
Have a good night. Yeah. Wow.
Just to clarify all this confusion, there's a lot of things. I wish that when you get these comments, like you would post them. I would so respond to these comments, because a lot of it,
You know
like
what?
I said, is brainwashing.
Yeah, I might start saving all these comments from these trolls.
Yeah.
I just got to figure out how to put it on StreamYard where I could show it. I showed one on my phone that I kept, and this was from a white supremacist, because he was saying, well, just because you're throwing your heritage and your white features down the drain don't mean the rest of us have to do it, or should we want to do it. I knew right then that was a straight up white supremacist. That was because black people
that
don't.
type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, black people don't troll me like that. They're not concerned about my heritage or my white features.
No, I'm talking about the black males who are trolling. When it comes to the white supremacy, that's from your race, so that's something you would deal with. But what I'm saying is the black males trying to tell you this and that, or trying to brainwash black women. That's what I said. I wish you would save those screenshots and then like have a day where me and you can go over it, and I can explain to all of these black females all the trickery, because they don't seem to understand. Like, black women are not seeing the trickery. They, like I said, they keep on telling black women, you date a white man, you're betraying us. What are you betraying? Because you make the black women poor on welfare. So what are you portraying? Poverty? You're supposed to stay poor. You want us to stay, not us, not me, because I didn't grow up in that situation, but I don't want to see other black women poor. I don't want to see other black women being abused and hurt, or psychologically damaged. I want black women to be happy, loved, and cared for and protected. So that's why I said I see what's going on, and there's definitely a strong hold of manipulation and brainwashing coming from the black males. Like, they're making the 76% of black women and children are poor on welfare. So they're making the race poor, and they're telling black women, stay in the race and keep on being poor, so we can keep on using you as an example that you're bad. And so we have to run away from you, black women. It's all a trick. This stuff is all tricks. It's all tricks.
Yeah. But there's so much manipulation.
Yeah.
Hey, Mods, if you could get these trolls out of here, these robo trolls, I don't know. I can't delete this crap. I wish YouTube would stop these porno trollers. I don't know how they.
Yeah. So, I was saying before, a lot of times the black women, they like to, with like to break the ice barrier too between each other. You can go out with someone or meet somebody, and you can talk about things you like in a person, like characteristics, right? So,
yes.
Characteristics is trustworthy, asking your partner time, where they could be trustworthy. You know, they were trustworthy with another partner, where if they're loyal or honest, showing how they care. They're very caring, you know, compassionate, courageous. You know, what I've seen with white males, traditionally, they're not selfish. Like in the black race, the black males are very selfish. That's why
Mm.
they don't care to take care of the children, because they're about having gold chains, gold teeth. They're about, um, you know, they're just about themselves. They don't, once a baby comes, they see it as a burden, and they're not going to help take care of the child, right? Because it's all about themselves. White men, when they are in a situation such as that, most of them that I've seen, they go into a mode of, oh, I have to protect this child and baby. They will marry like a woman or girl, whatever. And I seen this growing up. One of my friends,
Yeah,
her brother got a girl pregnant, and he manned up, and he was only 17 years old.
you know what? My father manned up because my dad was 19 when I was born, and my mom was 17. He married my mom because of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, he did. And you know, it was, well, my grandfather was, you know, he is a very moral man. He was, you know, he's a Christian, and he had a lot of morals. And you know what? He never gave my dad money or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
My father took care of me.
Yeah.
And my mom was real young. She did her thing, but
Mm-hmm.
my father stepped up. And I know him and my mom got together, and it was a lust thing, and they'll both admit it. You know, they
Were they
caught.
young?
Yeah, he was 19, she was 17.
Oh yeah, you don't even know how to have a relationship at that age. It's always
Yeah,
going to be hormones. Yeah, that's what's going on is hormones.
yeah, and I'm a product of that, but
Most
I'm
of us
blessed.
are.
Yeah, yeah, but it is what it is. My father, at least, he stepped up.
Mhm.
It was tough on him. He could have left me and my mom, and gosh, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know. I probably would have been with my grandparents because my mom was too young at the time, and just,
Yeah,
my dad just took me in and just took care of me.
yeah,
But I mean, my dad became very successful later on, but in the younger years, it was tough. It was humbling times.
yeah,
Um, you know, but yeah, but I mean, he could have taken the easy way out. Just said, you know what? Yeah, whatever. And he might have been made to pay child support a portion of whatever income he had and just
hmm,
left it at that. But
yeah,
no, he didn't. So,
yeah. And that's
um,
what it is that I see the majority just collectively looking at the groups, like the races. Like I said, I grew up around mostly, you know, white people in comparison to black, and I can see that white men in their group, in their community, they step up. They don't want to create a poor race, because I think white men understand this concept of, if we don't take care of the children, our poor race will become poor. It will hinder our race. It will hinder, and it's not even race, it's just hinder our community, period. Because they do this even with black women, Asian women, Hispanic women. It's like there's something in white men program to protect and provide for whatever they create. And that's why, but I can see this because I had that experience, you know, having a white father figure. Like, he wasn't even my father, but he was not going to sit there and let me or any other of the kids that, you know, were in the household suffer at all, be poor, go without. You know, it's just weird how I seen with black males, they don't care. Not
mhm,
all of black males, but because there's like 8% of black males that do take care of their kids, you know. And
mhm,
so um mostly what I'm just trying to say is, and show that white men have something in them that's different from black males. They have more of a pride to of who they are and what they're creating, and black males don't have that. That's why it's so easy for them to hate their own. Do you see what I mean?
mhm.
And that's what I see, like, oh wait, this is psychological. Like, the way the white men think is completely different from the way the black males think. Like a white man will date out of his race, but I don't hear white men saying we hate white women, and they don't do that. I've never heard a white man put
Yeah,
down.
that is weird. I never had, I've always loved black women. I was always so attracted to them. I just thought black women were amazing, beautiful, and I want to be with one. I want to marry one. That was my whole world was black women. Always
Yeah.
has been. But I never thought, well, white women are garbage. That's why I'm over here. No, I didn't. That's what I loved. And
Yeah,
I
it's
never
not
had
even.
an animosity towards women that were in my neighborhood. I didn't have no problem with it. And
Yeah.
it's amazing. When black men get with white women, they think that some black men think that it hurts us or bothers us. It don't. It's weird. It's like when they do it, it's like we celebrate it. It's like we embrace it. We're like, oh, good for you, man. That's beautiful. It's like we lift them up. But when we do it with black women, it's like they go in on us, like, oh, you're the fetishizer, the white supremacist.
Yeah, they're lying and telling. Yeah, it's because it's a trick. Black men will tell. Black men are the ones. Sorry, that they're the ones that's fetishizing. That's why they keep on saying they're like white skin. Again, everything you just described about your wife, I noticed you never said her black skin. You said you like the way you pray together. You like the way you guys, what you talk about. You said you like your experiences having a black girl, when you were growing up and how she would play and talk to you and give you hugs. You never ever mentioned her color as a reason. You just said she's black to introduce her, but you never said, oh, her black skin and her black skin and her black skin. If you notice with black guys, they always just talk about white skin and white skin. They can never point out characteristics of these girls they're going out with.
Yeah, and I think when I talk about that, my the babysitter, I think she was like 17, I was 5, but she was nice. I was so attached to her, and I tell this story, and she had such an impact on my life. I wish I could meet her today and just talk to her and just, because that impacted my life. And people will say, well, that's just she's being nice because you're a little boy and she's babysitting you to keep you in line. And yeah, that's true. But I just felt love. And I remember her family went to church and we're sitting in the pew. And I remember hugging her arm. And I don't know. It was like,
I think what it is, you experience unconditional love.
yeah.
And most people who they can't experience that because they put all these barriers, such as skin color, how big the person is, their hair. They stop themselves actually from being loved that way. To be honest with you, and that's a shame, and it's kind of sad. But like you said, you're looking at black women, you're seeing them as these women are impacting my life. They're helping me to think better, to think of me and that's what it is too. And that's why white men and black women, I believe their relationships work so well, because when black women get with white men, we do impact them. We open up their horizons to psychological thinking, social thinking, emotional thinking, spiritual thinking. Black women, I've heard a lot of white men say that whenever I get with a black woman, oh my gosh, I just feel better about myself. There's one Undercover. Did you see Undercover Boss, where this guy, there's a black woman and she worked for a limo company and the boss was undercover and he started talking about his marriage and why he's not married and stuff. And he said that she impacted his life so much. He started crying because she just basically told the truth. Forgive yourself, love yourself. It was a mistake and you just have to learn from it and move on. You got to be strong. And that right there, that changed that man's life.
Yeah, you know what? Black women have changed my life. They've impacted me so much. And I could go on and say how much I love black women all night. And it's not just me saying it. It's true. And it's like,
I can tell.
No, I mean, why wouldn't I want to be with a group of women that show me love? and and I think, you know what, the babysitter, I think it had to do with my mom because we didn't have that relationship, and maybe that's has something. But black women have been amazing
Yeah, but even if
in my
so,
life.
let's say that's what it is because your mom wasn't there. So your mom
Yeah,
wasn't there to show you love. So now some other woman came and showed you love. So people are telling you to not recognize that. People are telling you to
yeah.
not
Why
give
would
the to not appreciate that and not give back. That's like someone telling me, "Oh, the white guy that was your father figure, you shouldn't recognize him or care about him. He's white." No, I am no. I'm going to
yeah,
give love and appreciation to those that were in my life, no matter what color they are, that impact my life and was there for me. You don't just discard someone just because they're a certain skin color, but they went and they helped you out in your life. I can't believe anybody would say that. Do you see what I mean? That's more
yeah.
brainwashing. Yeah,
I can't believe that either. And people have said, "Well, you're with the black woman because you fetishize her because, well, Becky don't want you," and all this other crazy stuff. And it's like
that's
a
not
fetish,
possible.
a fetishization don't last 28 years.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's what I said. That's not possible. That's not possible.
Like,
Do
and
you want to know what fetishizing looks like? Look at
it,
all these, not to be rude, look at the
uh-huh.
black community. Look at the black community. Do you know why all these black women are baby mamas? Because the black guys just fetishize over their big butts. And then after they seen their big butts, got the sex from them, they left. People who fetishize are not going to marry.
Yeah.
Fetishizing is that you're looking at something, an object, and you want to have, you're in
Yes.
love with an object. So when
Yeah.
they see these big butts on these women, say, "Oh, the booty is shaking." That's why when black guys approach black women, they're always saying, "Oh, look at that shake with the fries. Oh, girl, you got the biggest booty," because that's
Yeah.
fetishizing. But the black
It
women are
is.
not knowing they're fetishizing them. They just think, "Oh, he likes me." No, honey, he just likes your body. And then when he's
No.
done with your body, he's gonna discard your body. Right? He's gonna throw your body away, go get another girl that has a big butt, so he could try to get with that girl.
Yeah. No. You know what? Real fetishization is a white man that says that black woman's beautiful.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's their thing. But they fetishize black women for their butts, and then they fetishize white females for their skin. And this is why they can never tell a black woman why they like her besides her butt. And this is why they can never tell a white woman what they like about her except for her skin. Because that's fetishizing. You don't see anything else but what you're fetishing. Do you see what I mean?
Ye-
Like every time
wow.
if you hear a black woman and white man get together and they talk about why they like each other, right? Because I seen this on
Yes.
a TikTok. I seen this on a TikTok where this white girl says to her black boyfriend, she's like, why do you date or why do you like white women? He says, "Oh, because black women have attitudes." I was like, wait a minute. Why did he just resort to black women? If you ask a black woman, why do you date a white man? He's not going to say because black men have attitudes, don't take care of their kids, don't provide and protect. You're going to say because the white man is kind. He's not selfish. He's a leader. He's loyal. He's honest. He's brave. He's respectful. He's trustworthy. He's a good father figure. You see how
Yeah.
nothing came out of her mouth that was black male?
You know what? This is true because I've seen videos of white women that love black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they express their love for black men. And you know what it is?
Sex.
I
Oh,
see.
he's a king. He has a big penis. Nothing is
Yeah,
about character.
it's stuff like that. It's like, well, he looks good. His lips, his
That's a
body.
fetish.
She was describing how
You're
it
describing
was
body
like she
parts.
was lusting after this dude.
It's just
And
describing body parts. They cannot see the true person inside.
yeah, and what was crazy, and I'm not going to mention content creators. You guys probably know who this was, but I'm not going to
Brent,
mention names out
Brent,
of respect. Yes,
that's why their relationships don't last because they're both
that's
fetishizing each
true.
other.
Yes,
They're looking at lips and butts and muscles
yeah.
and see?
Well, she did say that she liked how the black culture, how they have barbecues, but newsflash, us white people do it too. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
that
But
was a lie. That was just an excuse to make it look like she wasn't fetishizing. Oh, it's the
but
food. That's why I'm dating someone because of food. I've never heard
no,
anyone say I'm gonna date someone because their food.
but what was crazy is on this live, she was talking about how fine he was and his body and all this. And there was some black men in the chat were like, okay, we like you, you think we're attractive, but what about the character that we have? There was one black dude that said that. I was like, oh my god, he's right. Why don't you just
I don't
say
know.
he's
I
a
don't
good
think that
man?
was a black dude. That may have
Huh?
not been a black dude. I don't think that was a black dude to say, what about our character? Because most black guys, they steer away from the character. They like when
Well,
white women only like their muscles. Because if you were to look at their character, like white men, they're not selfish. That's why they like family and they don't mind going to work, bringing home money to share it with the family because they're not selfish. Black guys are the opposite of that. Most of them. That's why they don't want to take care of their kids. That's why the women's on welfare because they don't want to be financially responsible for the child or the woman.
yeah. Well, on YouTube, anything's possible. It might not have been a black guy, but it appeared to be one. And if it was one guy, like maybe it was like a Russell Wilson type character guy that, like, hey man, what about our character? What about what we have to offer? Because I mean, listening to that, if a black woman just said she likes white men because they're fine and this and that, but don't say nothing about the character, I'd be a little upset. I'd be like, well, what about what we have to offer? How about we work hard? How about you love our character? How about
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
true. It should
um,
be that way. Yeah, it should
yeah,
be that way. But what I'm trying to tell you is most black men do not
uh,
say, what do you like about me? Do you like my character? Do you like that I'm this type of man? All they need to hear is you have a big penis. We like your body strong.
yeah,
That's what they want to hear. They want to hear this one Hispanic girl that I went to work with at one of my jobs. She kept on saying that the black guy wanted her to call him a god.
oh
He's a
wow,
god. Yeah. This is why I say they have psychopathic behavior.
yeah,
Psychopaths, they have this big giant ego and mindset that they're just the greatest. And that's really what black males like. They like women to call them kings and gods. And then the females that they're with that are white, Hispanic, and Asian, they're narcissistic like that too. They want to be told they're better than black women. That's why I'm
mm,
saying their relationships are, not to be rude, but if you look at it, their relationships are fake. It's based off
mm.
of narcissistic and psychopathic behaviors and mentalities.
Yeah. I think it is mostly physical with our counterparts that interracially date. That's mostly what I hear, and I'm not saying all. I'm not, but what I'm saying is that's what I'm seeing.
No,
And
but
and
because
and,
that me
and,
too.
yeah, and to be honest, yeah, it does feel good to have women that find you attractive physically. Yeah, that's great, but you want more too. You want her to find you to love your character too, not just how you look or how
Yeah. And that's
you
why
know.
that's true. And that's why white men and black women relationships last longer because they're not based off of shallowness. When there's
Yeah.
black men dating out of their race, their relationships are shallow. Very, very, very shallow. And I'm not just saying this to say it. I'm a black woman. I have black males in my family,
Mhm.
right? And that's in their friends and stuff. All their relationships are shallow. That's how I know. They say, oh, the white girl's hair is better, oh, their skin's better. And I had to educate a lot of them saying, why would their hair and skin be better? And I had a lot of them tell me, oh, when black women are dating out their race, it's just because skin color and white man's skin color. I said, no, that's why you're dating out. Don't say because you're shallow, we're shallow. No, no, no.
Yeah.
You're dating a white girl because of her skin and her hair. And that's because the thing about it is black males are number one to be uneducated. So I had to educate my cousin. I was telling them, actually, you're saying white girls' hair is better. What would make it better?
Yeah.
Because white people, not to be rude, they have to wash their hair every day. right?
Oh, we do. Yeah, no, you're
Yes,
right.
yes. And then there's
Yeah.
the possibilities of getting lice. So what would be making her hair better than anyone else's? No one's hair is better than the other person's. So
Yeah,
they
no.
had so he was like, "Oh, yeah." So I said, "It doesn't make any sense for you to say she's better. You have to have a real reason to say she's better." And then he said, "Well, their skin is white." I said, "What does that mean?" Because melanin skin is more protected from the sun from getting skin cancer. So what are you
Yeah.
saying? That they don't have anything to say. Like they can't
Yeah,
say
no.
she's actually better. And that's why I said you're supposed to be saying that she's respectful to you, she's not selfish, she's loving, she's kind, she cares. You can't say any of those things because. And I told my cousin he can't say that because not to be rude, she called him a nigger.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so these white women have when they're in these relationships, the white females are actually putting these black guys like you could be with me, you could touch me, but you better know that you're still the nigger in the relationship. Like you're not the
Oh,
dominant
wow.
one. Yeah, a lot of girls that are biracial are going on TikTok, YouTube, and making videos of how their white moms were racist. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that's weird. I
Like I
mean,
said, their relationships are fake. Their relationships are fake. I have males in my family, and the relationships they have with these females are fake. It's all about shallowness. It's all about skin color and hair. About a male having a big penis, that he has muscles. It's not like white men and black women's relationships. It's not like yeah.
yeah. No, you're I see that too. No, I there's something to that because I mean when I see videos how they and I'm not saying all. I mean I've seen interracial couples with black
No, we're
dads.
talking about the majority. We all
Yeah,
know as adults we're never saying it's 100%, and that's what it is. As we talk about we
yeah,
talk about these topics. We're just talking about collectively what we're seeing. When we talk
yeah,
about groups, we're talking about what we see in the group as a whole. Because
yeah.
you can find probably an individual person that may not be that way, but if the majority behaves that way, that's what we're talking about is the majority.
No, you're right. And the thing of it is you know, I think some of these relationships they can't talk about what they really love in the person unless it's physical. I mean, I could
Yeah.
talk all night. If you say, "Well, why do you like black women?" I could tell you all day. I could
Hmm.
tell you how she makes me feel. I could tell you about her character. I could tell you about
Yeah.
how
Without
black women.
ever putting down a white woman. And that's when I can tell that the white guy likes a black woman. He doesn't put down a white woman. So that's why when I see these girls from other races and they're dating black guys, and the black guy's just like, "Oh, we hate black women. Black women are ugly." But I'm like, how does she not see that he's fake? That he has psychological issues. It's all about hate.
Yeah, it well, and if you love somebody, you don't have time to hate someone else, really, do you? I,
No, your
I
relationship should not be based off of hate. You shouldn't be
no, it
like,
would just be you're happy.
yeah, you should. That's like me saying, "Oh, a guy come up to me and saying, 'Hey, can I date you?'" And you're like, "Sure," because I don't like this other guy over here.
Right? That would be.
I don't like this
I
other
would-
guy over here, so I guess I'll take you. That means you're the second pick. So that means white women are second pick. You're
I
telling us
could,
basically white women are second pick because, oh, I don't like how the black women's act. That's second pick. Oh, that's kind of rude. I don't even understand how the white females or Spanish or Asian girls aren't picking up on that either. Black males are basically disrespecting them and they can't pick it up. They're not smart enough to pick up. He's only with me because he says he hates black women.
that would have broke my heart if I back in the day when I was dating when I was young. If a black woman would have says, "Well, I'll date you because I don't like what I got," I'd be like,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh my god, that means I'm nothing." That
Yep.
means like,
What is it called? The rebound. They're the
yeah, or
rebounds.
yeah. Well, I got garbage here, but you know, uh you're better looking trash.
Yeah. Or actually, instead of taking the trash, instead of, I don't want to say trash, instead of taking the women
Yeah.
of my race that I've already messed up, by the way, because I want to talk about attitudes after this, because they talk about attitudes too. So instead of dealing with the women I messed up, let me come over here and deal with white men's trash or Hispanic men's trash or Asian men's trash. Like, dude, you're still dealing, they can't see that you're still dealing with women who are still have issues and problems, and that's what they're not getting also is a lot of these females that are attracted to black guys, they
Mhm.
are women of other races that have problems.
Mhm.
Do you see what I mean? You're getting, the black guys don't understand, you're getting the females that are either racist, they have psychological issues, they have low self-esteem. You're not getting with women who are actually mentally stable.
Yeah.
And I know that for a fact because any woman is mentally stable is never going to be with a guy who puts down women. If a white man came up to me and says, "Oh, you want to be together because I hate white women," I would reject him and say, "Nope, I don't want to be with any man that hates women."
Yeah.
So that's why I said, "Oh, these women are mentally stable. I could never be with a guy that says, oh, I hate the women where I come from." And so I'm like, "Do you hate your mom? Do you hate your sisters? Do you hate? Because if you hate black women and you're black, that's kind of crazy." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah. It's a lot of brainwashing. I just it's really uh to me it's just sad to see that a lot of black females aren't able to see these things that the black males are doing and how they're brainwashing them and trying to get them to stay with them. And when the reason why a lot of the black women, like I've seen black women and they have attitudes. And when I was younger, I used to be like, yeah, black women have attitudes. And I was like, as I got older, I started to see, oh, this is why they have attitudes. In the black
Mhm.
race, there's things that are not talked about, like rape, molestation, the black guys playing games with them, um, the black guys being players and they ruining the girl's life and pretending like he was in a relationship with her when really he was playing the whole time. So there's a lot of fake relationships because the fetishing. So because they fetish, the girls want to have sex with them because they have big butts. The girls get
Mhm.
pregnant thinking they're in a real relationship and that they're going to get married, right? Because the black guy's like, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you're going to be together, we're going to get married." Then as soon as she gets pregnant, he leaves. That's why she has attitude. She got touched on when she was little. That's why she has attitude. You see what I mean? Like you're making the women have attitudes, and then you're going back and telling everybody, "Look, they have attitudes. That's why we don't want them." But you did that to them.
Yeah.
So that's why I said
No.
I changed my perspective too. Like, oh, I feel bad for the black women. Because I was just like, oh yeah, they're just mean and all these. No, there's reasons why some of them are the way that they are.
Yeah, I believe you. And I've had black women lash out at me on certain things, and then I think about it. I'm like, well, why did she say that to me? And I'm thinking, wow, it it's sometimes it's a place of hurt. And I look
Yeah.
at some of the things that said just on YouTube, um, and I just look at some of the things that black women go through, and that they tell me that women I know, and these trolls will say, well, you don't know that many black women. You come from a white neighborhood. Well, my wife's black. All the women in her family are black,
Hmm.
and I've only dated black women my whole life. So, yeah, I kind of know black women a little bit, maybe not a lot, but at least a little bit.
But none of
And
that.
this is what they tell me.
What they tell you?
Huh?
What
No, I
did they?
mean, just some of the stuff they go through. And a lot of
Hmm.
the, what black women say on YouTube and stuff, and how they're treated in the community with colorism, and how they date out and put it in their face. And I've heard my wife say stuff. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, she
Yeah.
said,
Oh, absolutely.
and she said, no, that's really, and we never really talked about our exes. Me and my wife, we only been married once, but boyfriend and girlfriends in the past, we don't talk about that. But when I ask her, she says, "Oh yeah, what this lady's saying on YouTube is true." Yes. I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah, absolutely,
And I
it is.
observe it, and I'm getting it from different women, the same story. So I'm thinking, wow.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
a lot of abuse and sexual abuse in the Black race, but it's
mhm,
not put out there and not promoted, but it's not put out there because, like we were saying earlier, Black women are brainwashed and conditioned to protect Black males' image.
mhm.
Black women will sacrifice themselves to protect Black child molesters and rapists. I had the friend that I was, when I got older, a friend, and she said that, she seen her cousins and they were getting touched on and molested on by the uncle. And she went to go sit on her uncle's lap. She's younger than them. She said she was like 6 or 7 years old. And she got slapped over the head and said, "Get off of his lap, you nasty," you know? And it's like,
Oh wow.
she was like, I didn't understand. She's like, now that I look at it, why would they attack the little girl and say it's her fault?
Yeah, you'd
Like,
attack the man. You get him in the chokehold for even.
yeah, but in the Black race, that's not the culture. It's they blame the like the males can rape, molest the children, and the children get blamed. You're called I think this girl told me you're called fast ass, and it's also they say you're trying to take my man. So if an 8-year-old girl gets raped by her mom's boyfriend, they
Oh
tell
God.
her that you're trying to take my man because she's so
That-
desperate to
it-
have a Black male around.
it's that bad? Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Yes, they protect the males that much.
Oh wow.
Their daughters will get raped, all types of bad stuff, and they will keep on protecting the Black males. They put Black males above their children in the Black race.
Oh wow.
And then they tell the Black women too, oh, you guys need to choose better. But there's only 7% of the Black males, or 8%, I think they said, is actually good. Most of them are like incarcerated, or they grew up in the hood and bad environments. So you have this uneven, uh, uneven senses of the Black women not being able to have enough of good Black men. So that's why you see a lot of Black women, they've been through a lot of stuff. Every Black female that I meet has been through so much bad stuff. Like the girl I was telling you about that I told today out of her race, she says the Black women she meets, they were sold. They were sold
Oh God.
by their mom's boyfriend. So it's like, oh my gosh, it's really, really bad. They just cover it up. And the Black men covered up by keep on brainwashing the Black women, white supremacy, the white man's the enemy, the white man's the enemy. And so that's why when Black guys see Black women with white men, they get mad because they're like, these white men are out here trying to save the Black women. We don't want that. They don't want Black women to be saved by white men at all. Because then the truth will start coming out about the Black race of how the Black men treat the Black women and children. There's a lot of it. You should come. I've been to places where I see girls getting sex trafficked, and they're getting sex trafficked not by white men. They're getting sex trafficked by Black guys. So the Black race, yeah, they're covering up a lot of stuff, a lot of things.
Wow.
Yeah, and they don't want Black women running to white men and having white men save them. They will even put down Black women and say, "Oh, you're trying to be saved by the white man," which means we know we do you bad. We know that we do bad stuff to you. But it's bad if you go to get saved by him. Do you see what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, this is it's really yeah, it's just so crazy. It's so crazy. That's why I say Black women come up to me. Oh, you date out your race. Your daughter's beautiful. What did you do to meet a white man? How'd you meet? It's like they want to get out of it. They want to get out the community. But they just don't know how.
You know what? This is when you talk about
Yeah,
that.
pretty,
Um.
pretty poodle. She's right.
Yeah.
They're told not to air out the dirty laundry in the families, and it needs to stay in the families. That's a
I've
cover up
seen,
to cover
I've
up
seen
black
on
men.
I've seen in movies they say what goes on in this house stays in the house.
Yes.
I yeah. Dang, what was I going to say? Oh, there was something I wanted to say. Gosh, I got sidetracked. I was reading some comments and wow, I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was going to ask you. Dang it. I hate when that happens.
What did it have to do with the hiding the abuse or?
No, it wasn't even about the abuse. It was something gosh. It was like an observation or something and I forgot what I was going to ask. Gosh, I'm looking back in the comments. Maybe it triggered my memory, but yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. It's just, and it's
Yeah.
because I have a biracial daughter, I have to tell
Uh-huh.
her the best and the worst of both groups. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's pretty, like, I'm just glad she has options. She doesn't have to be stuck with someone based off of just their skin color. Like Tamara said, the videos you were showing earlier.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you have options when you're biracial.
You
You
do.
don't have.
No. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I've had options because my dad never told me I couldn't. He never preached against it. He was, and that's what I could say about my father. He was a good man. I mean, he. So I always had an option. I always had options everywhere,
Yeah,
and
I don't.
that's why I can speak freely how I feel about black women because there's nothing stopping me.
Yeah,
And people that do try to stop me, it just motivates me more. Um,
yeah,
I just, but yeah, but from what I've seen, biracial children have options when they grow up. They go black,
yeah,
white, or whatever. Or and like I said, um, me and my wife, we can't tell them you can't date a certain group because that'd make us hypocrites. Um, we
yeah,
just hope
yeah.
they find the best person. Um, my oldest daughter's married already.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, she's been married 6 years. I got two grandkids, two granddaughters. So, um, yeah. And what's funny about my daughter, her and her husband married real early. They were 20, and
Hmm.
me and my wife were like, oh, hold on, don't get in a rush. And my daughter
Yeah.
was going to school, and she had her associate's degree, and she was on the dean's list in college. And I'm like, oh my god,
Oh, yeah.
don't please wait, please. We were trying, but you know what? They went ahead and got married. He was in the Air Force, so he had a job and he took care of her. So it's like, well, they are adults, and
Yeah. And she
amazingly,
followed. She found a great guy, just like her dad, Air Force,
yeah,
everything.
it,
Ah,
yeah. And the thing of it is she's married. She's been married 6 years. She's a mom. She's got two daughters, and she has her master's degree. So she's still got her degree, being a married and being a mom. So, and you know what? I think my wife had. Well, I know my wife had a huge impact on that because my daughter's got the character like my mom, like my wife. I mean, seriously, like their mother. I mean, they're just so. If you tell me black women ain't the best choice, you can't say they're not the best choice. If you go on my experience alone, you would understand
well,
why I
well,
chose.
who's questioning you on the choice? You said this is white men or black men?
No, what I'm saying is, well, there's people that question me all the time, like, that'll say stupid stuff like, yeah, you're a fetishizer, it's lust, it's Becky don't want you, and
Well,
I'm like,
what it
it,
is black women is the best choice for you because, like I said, I don't want to
yeah,
tell a white man he only has to date black women. Like, I don't
no,
mind
no, you're
white
right.
men. Yeah. But it's the best choice for you, and then you back it up with why it's the best choice for you. And you tell everybody why. This. They show me unconditional love. I like how smart they are. I like that they're in creative. The whole hairstyle thing of creating, inventing all these different hairstyles, it actually shows Black women's intelligence.
Yeah, it
That's an
does.
intelligence to be able to do that. You creating these hairstyles, you creating these wardrobes and how you wear your clothes. Look how your wife souped you up by giving you that jacket to make you look smooth,
Oh
right?
gosh, yeah. You
Yeah,
know what?
that's
She
an
she
intelligence.
she's got some ideas on stuff I should wear while I go live. So,
Hmm.
believe it
You
or
can wear
not,
that.
guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, believe it or not, my wife has she does watch my videos. She does have impact on, what I do, and sometimes she'll come on with me too. Um,
Yeah.
and from designing my studio here, she helped me design that.
Yes.
Um, and the clothes I wear and stuff. I came
Hmm.
up with the hockey thing,
Hmm.
but it was her idea for me to be, a little professional, tighten
Yeah.
it up.
Oh,
And
absolutely. Because she sees you that way. She sees you as professional. She sees you
yeah,
as in that way. And that's why Black women do that. When we're in relationships with white men, we're like, okay, these men are very, very intelligent. We see these men and they're leaders. And so they need to dress like the leader. They need to walk like the leader,
mhm,
the confidence. And that's why, like, I know I see Black women, they date white men. And after a while, you'll see his wardrobe change, and
yeah,
she'll be able to accommodate and change his wardrobe to fit what type of personality he has. And most of the time she's always dressing her boyfriend or her husband like a boss.
mhm,
She doesn't have him be wearing saggy pants and a do-rag, and no, she has him dressed like a boss, like he's a businessman. Because I'll be honest with you, when I see white men, that's how I view a lot of them too. You're the boss. Our personality as a Black woman can be the boss, but your behavior is the boss. What you create and what comes out of that, like, is the boss stuff. Like, it just works that way. Do you see what I mean?
yeah.
So
No,
that's why I said, okay.
you know what's amazing, and my success. My wife has a way of bringing the best out of me. It's like things things that I have done I never thought I could do, but my wife's like, oh yeah, you're going to make it, you're going to be all right.
Hmm.
And I'm like, gosh, and I love her so much I can't fail. I just, so it's like, oh, it's like she kind of puts me in a box in that positive way, you might say. Like she
Well,
ain't going to let me lower my standard, or and I'm not a guy that wants to lower his standards. I think I would have been successful regardless, but my wife made me better than I
she upped
ever
it, yeah.
thought I
What
could be.
what I think it is, what you feel like you're capable of. It's not a lower standard. It's like, okay, I'm capable of this. Like, I know this much. Is that when the Black woman comes in your life, she sees what you're doing and she knows how to help you take it to the next level. And that's what it is. And that's why I say the relationships that I see with Black men and white women, they're really not real, like a real relationship. Because when I see these Black males, when they get into relationships with these women, they don't change. They don't become better people. They're still saying we hate Black women. They still have hate inside of them. When I see a Black woman date a white man, there's no hate. It's gone. He has questions and doesn't understand stuff. She explains it to him and shows him a different way. He becomes smarter and better. And his brain snaps into reality of what's really going on. So that's why I
Yeah,
see it's a connection psychologically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually with a white man and a Black woman, because they
yeah,
open each other's horizons. They show each other better ways. They can see the best in each other. They can see good. They look for character, not for big butts, not for skin color, not for hair, but for real attributes that inside of a person that they have. Do you
yeah.
see what I mean? So I'm pretty sure when your wife picked out that jacket, she says, okay, my husband, he could wear this color shirt that would pop his skin color. Then
Yeah,
the
she
white part would make
came
him look
up
like
with a,
more clean. Do you see what I mean? She can do that with you.
yeah, she came up with a white jacket and blue shirt. I
Yes. You could wear
um
really sorry, a darker blue shirt. You can get different color shirts with that
yeah,
white jacket, and then get a
yeah.
black one, and then do the same thing. Change the color sequence, and then get one that's gray, one that's navy blue, things like that.
Yeah,
You see?
I have a suit I bought, a black suit that's nice. I wear it sometimes. I'm trying to get my what you call it. I'm trying to get my wardrobe together while I do lives and stuff, and a lot of that's my wife's idea. She says, you know what? And this is it's crazy. She's like my father in a way. Both her and my father are so organized and believe in. Yeah, it's weird. My father would tell me the same thing. You need to dress for it, and and you know what's funny is being raised by your father. They say that boys or men marry women like their mother, and vice versa. Daughters like their fathers.
Hmm.
Well, my dad had the most impact, so my wife's like my father. It might
Character.
sound crazy,
No, it's
character
not. It's
wise.
character. That's what it is. You're
Yeah,
picking a character.
yeah. Of course, you don't look like my dad, but
Yeah, you're not
no,
doing
but
the
I mean,
physical.
character-wise,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're not doing the physical. It's definitely the character.
yeah. And my Thai asked me, "Do I have a black son-in-law?" No, I don't. My son-in-law is a white guy like me, and my younger daughter's fiance is a white guy, and probably the reason is because that's our environment. We're mostly a white neighborhood. I mean, the population of black people is like 2 to 3% where I live. I mean, we got black people, we got black neighbors, but the majority, that's what they're around. So, that's the men they met. My son, I don't know who he's going to marry. He can go with any. I don't think he has a preference, or he tells me he don't. He just likes women. I mean,
Yeah,
and
it
he's
doesn't matter. Character,
yeah.
character, character.
My daughters, they do have a preference, but that's their choice.
Yeah,
But
my
yeah,
daughter has a preference too. Yeah, my daughter, she has a preference. She's biracial. And she's like,
yeah,
I tell her about bad behaviors that you need to look for. And then because every culture is different, I tell her about bad behaviors in certain cultures. So you got to take a perspective of that. And then she's like, Mom, I'm going to be like you. I'm going to marry a white man. So I said, okay. That's fine. That's I said because we looked at culture, we looked at different things. When you're marrying these men that you want to do, you want to see what men are known for as a collective whole, family oriented and love family. What men love, like they know the importance of being in their child's life compared to a group of men who might make you a baby mama or on welfare. You don't want to pick guys in that group that collectively practice that tradition. Do you see what I mean? So
mhm.
we didn't even put skin color in it. We just looked at behaviors and character. And that's why
Yeah,
she
and
said,
that's
I want to
right.
be with a white man. I said, okay.
And that's the right thing to do. Look at the character because that's who you're going to
Hmm.
be stuck with.
Yeah, is he
Yeah,
gonna be most likely to cheat on you? Is he gonna be most likely to make you poor and not be around, stick around? Things like that. Did he have a father figure himself? That's very important too, because males learn that responsibility and accountability when they see their fathers being responsible. Like you said, your dad
mhm.
took care of you. You see, if
Yeah,
you would have been that your dad wasn't there, maybe you wouldn't have dated married a black woman. Maybe you would have kids and you wouldn't have been there for your kids, like your father wasn't for you. Do you see what I mean?
yeah,
If that was the circumstances. So this is all
and that
important.
yeah, that's very possible that would happen because
Hmm.
as children we mirror our parents. We really do.
Yes,
That's
and
where we
that's what
learn
it
our
is.
behavior. Yeah,
Yeah, it's absolutely true, and that's why with me as a black woman, when people say, "Well, do you encourage black women to date out the race?" Absolutely, yes, because Black women need to see culture and beliefs. And I think a lot of Black women are not seeing the beliefs of Black males. There's been several Black males that have expressed that they don't believe in marriage. So if you're a Black woman and you believe in marriage, you believe in family, why would you get with a group of men that doesn't believe in family? And all you're doing is saying, I want to be with him because he's Black. Because let me tell you something about Black women too. They don't realize they're doing this. But when Black women are saying they want to be with a Black man, and it's basically just based off of him being Black, that's fetishizing. You're only with him because of skin color. You're not with him because he's respectable, he's loyal, he's honest, he'll protect you. No, they're not doing that for you. You're with him then only because of skin color, because he doesn't have the characteristics that you want in a person. All the characteristics you want in a person is actually in the white man that you say you don't want.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just that they're not able to see it because they're fetishizing Black men's skin.
Wow. And I guess if you're fetishizing, you're not really seeing character. You're not seeing the heart.
Yeah, you can't. They can only see the outside. These are people who are mostly shallow, and they can't get past the outside appearance.
Yeah.
There's 3 ways of thinking, or 3 dimensions of thinking. The first dimension is attractiveness to the outside. Then the second one is attracted to personality. Then the third is when you're attracted to the person's character. And what bonds you together is that your character and their character bonds together. You like each other's characters, what each other has to offer. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in these other Black males' relationships with other girls, it doesn't go to the second or third level. That's why the white girls and Spanish girls and Asian girls, when they date Black guys, they want to just be with the Black guy so they can try to wear cornrows and look like a Black woman. It's all about looks.
You know what? I think sometimes interracial relationships are like that. You're trying to, and I think this goes along with all racial groups. And I would say they're white guys. You know, you've seen them out there that try to act like the stereotypical Black guy. And I'm not talking about the white guys that grew up around Black people. I get that. You're going to have some slang and act. That's your environment. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that overdo it, and you can tell. It's like it's forced. It's and I think what it is they want to be something they're not, and they want to live an experience as a Black person. I really do. And I think they'll date Black women because that's what they think Black men do, because they actually want to be a Black man as a white guy.
Yeah. These are people, all these people are people who were not taught, like they don't know who they are. They were not taught how to find out who they were as a person. The aspects of that is they have low self-esteem. And the aspects of that is the character is not there because they weren't taught how to be a respectful person. They weren't taught how to be a loyal person, an honest person. They weren't taught how to be a compassionate person or trustworthy person. So they say, since I don't know who I am inside, I don't have any characteristics that I know of, I'm just going to mimic this guy. Yeah, I'm just going to go with what's ever popular. So since Black guys are popular on the screen, you know, rappers and stuff, I'll just imitate him. Because I don't know who I am inside. And then that lets me know, like when I see guys like that, they probably didn't have a father figure.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
And I tell women, I say, white men that love you they're not like that. They're actually just everyday guys. They're like me. And it's funny because people that I talk to all through my life,
I've been married 28 like that.
But I've been married 28 years, and people always told me, wow, your wife's Black. Why didn't you tell me? You don't look like the kind of guy that would marry a Black woman. You don't look like the kind of guy that would be into Black women. I'm like, well, what kind of guy is this?
So they don't know. Yes, they don't know they don't know either. It sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, no, but it's weird. It's like, okay, well, what's this guy look like? And I figured it out. I think they see white guys that try to project that image and think that's the ones that like black women. When no, it's not
It's
always
not
that
that he
case.
even likes. It's not even that he likes a black woman. It's that he wants to be a black man.
Yeah, he wants that experience.
That's
And those are
exactly what that's exactly what these girls who are dating black guys are. They're only dating the black guy so they can go into the black race, appropriate black women, and live an experience like, look, I'm a black woman. It's just you're exposing them. That's white females who date black guys. That's why they'll call the black guy a nigger in a second, but they want to do put cornrows in their hair and get fake butts and fake lips. It's because they want to experience the black woman. They think they're experiencing the black woman's experience by dressing up like her and trying to make their bodies and lips look like them. It's fake. That's why I tell you, these relationships between black men and these other women are all fake, because you should not be changing yourself when you get in an interracial relationship.
Yeah.
I'm not going to date a white man and then tell him, hey, go darken your skin. Hey.
Right.
Yeah. So I might as well just be, that doesn't make any sense. So you're a black man and you get a white girl, but you tell her, go get a fake butt. Go get
You know
fake
what?
lips. Go look like a black woman. That's what Tyga told Kylie Jenner. If you want to be famous and you want people to like you, you got to go and look like a black woman, which means he knows that black women's bodies are better in that way. And he wants her to have a body like a black woman, which means he's saying your body as a white female is crap. You need to look like a black woman if you're going to be with me.
And you know what's funny about that? Speaking about bodies, and there's a misconception that white guys don't like black women that are curvy, that have big butts and stuff. It's like, and I'm like, wow, that is so much a lie. I mean,
more
we
brainwashing.
black women because we're attracted to black women, and it's not just the physical, but the physical part we like too. I mean, let's be honest.
You just don't make it number one, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't overemphasize the body structure or the body shape or body parts.
You don't fetishize over is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like how black men do. But you know, black males do that. Oh, girl, your body. You know why they do that, right? Where they're saying your body's so good, girl, shake with the fries or whatever they say. You know why they're doing that, right?
Because that's what they like, and I don't
know. No, it's because the lack of intelligence. It's because the lack of what they can't really provide. So they have to trick her and get her ego up and say, you're so beautiful. So she doesn't concentrate on the fact that he doesn't have an education. He doesn't have a job. He's been in prison. He's not going to take care of it. He can't take care of himself. It's a distraction. It's a trick. It's another trick that they do with black women. Pump the black woman's head up so much and she'll accept you. It's the same thing they do with the white girls when they're saying, I hate black women. Their hair is ugly. You're better than a black woman. I only like white girls. It's all pumping up the ego of women.
Yeah. So you don't want Brad acting like a Tyrone? You don't want a Byron?
No. When I see that behavior, the first thing I think of is poverty, welfare.
Oh.
When I see that behavior, the first thing I think of is unfaithfulness. The first thing I think of is irresponsibility. No, all those behaviors are red flags. It's just that a lot of the black females, since they've been brainwashed, they have not been, they can't see that all those behaviors are signs that this guy is faking it. Like when a black guy comes in, yo, baby, what's up? I already know. Oh, no, thank you. Yeah, I even taught my daughter. I came in one day, I sagged my pants, I put a hat to the side, I said, yo, baby, what's up? And then I was telling her, this is how they're going to approach you. You have to, it's true. But listen, when they say, what's up, baby, say, did you finish high school? When they say, "Oh, baby, you know you look so good with that light skin," because they're always telling them about light skin, because her skin is the
Mhm.
same color as yours, right? So I said, when they're telling you, "Oh, you so beautiful because you're light skin," say, you say to them, "Do you have a job? Like, can you take care of yourself?" Or do you see what I mean? It's all trickery. So I taught my daughter the game. Listen, these guys are gonna be talking about your skin color, tell you you're more beautiful than a girl with dark skin. And she came to me in high school and said, "Mom, you're so right." Because I let her hang out with anyone. I didn't tell her you can't hang out with black guys, you can't hang out with black. No, no. I said you love all people. We're not caring about race. Look at people's behavior. So she came to me and said, "Yeah, these I seen her after she went to work because she has a job. She worked a job in the summer and then she continued it school year." And she says, I said, "Oh, there's your friend?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, okay." She's like, "But they're not really my friends like that. It's just they go to the Boys and Girls Club." So I said, "Oh, okay." And she says, "Mom, you're right. The black guys think they're better than black females. They were telling me I'm I'm more beautiful because my skin is light and I have good hair." And I said, "Wow, she's seeing it for herself and she's biracial."
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Well, I mean,
She tried to talk to them about what college you're going to go to, what are you going to do. She was like, they were all about being basketball players.
well, I mean, if you're good, but you know the percentage of people that make it in pro sports, it's less than 1%. I mean, the worst players in any sport are super athletes. Think about it. You watch we watch sports, and these people that are on like the practice squad because they can't make the team, these
Mhm.
are super athletes. The thing of it is, to make it, you have to be like one in a million.
Yeah, but
I
but most of but how they think, most of them think that they're going to make it like because they're black. And I was looking at her, I was like, my daughter plays basketball,
uh-huh.
and I'm like, is the guy any good? These guys any good? She's like, no, not like that. They're not even the best. These guys were sitting on the bench. I was like,
Yeah,
oh. She was, yeah, they're on the bench, but they're thinking because I'm black, I'm gonna be, and they're in high school, so they think they're gonna make it. I'm like, oh, okay. And she was like, "Mom, so she's like, when I talk to black guys, they're always saying like they're the best, they're the shiznig, they're gonna be rich and rappers, basketball players. I don't hear them talking about like being doctors and being in science and medicine and helping the community. Like they don't care to help the black community. They're all about themselves." I'm like, yes,
yeah,
very selfish. They just want to play basketball so they can get money, so they can get girls. They're complaining that the white men are so bad, but I said, white men are so bad, but really they're not even helping out. I said, no, honey. If you look at it, the black race, I'll be honest with you, black people don't see this. In America, the United States, black women and children are only alive because of white men.
mm,
Do you know why?
mm-mm. Why is that?
76% of black women and children on welfare, right? So if in welfare, because I have a friend that works for welfare gives them money, welfare gives them health insurance, and welfare gives them food, and then welfare gives
Yeah,
them housing. So let's take away what the white man gives you, which is this housing and food and medical and cash. And let's take all of that away, and you have to rely on black men. That means black women and children will be dead in America. If black women relied on black men here in America, they would be dead. They're only surviving because of welfare. If
mm,
76% of your race is on welfare and they're getting food, medical, and cash and housing because of white men are allowing them to, they're giving a proportion or percentage of their taxes to welfare recipients, which are black women, because the black men just use and fetishize them and have sex with them and make babies. That means that you're only surviving because of white men. Because Tyrone is
wow.
not giving you food. Tyrone is not providing housing for you. Tyrone is not providing health care for you. And Tyrone is not giving you money each month. So if you take white men out of the equation, black women and black children will be dead because white men are not taking care, black men are not taking care of their children. White men's taxes are taking care of black women and children. So black women can say, "Oh, I ain't gonna date no white man." The ones that are like that, yeah. But let's see what happens when white men take welfare away. You're not gonna survive, sweetie. That black guy you had a baby with, he's not gonna come to rescue you and that black child.
Wow. Oh wow. Ouch.
The
Corey
truth is
said
the
ouch.
truth. And the truth hurts. I know the truth might hurt, and it's not said to be intentional to put anyone down, but it's reality. Take welfare away and see what happens. These black women and children will be dead.
Well, you know what I say? Open up your options. Just
You better run it up and up the options.
I I talk about that a lot, and looking at it logically, black women, you got to open up your options. Seriously, there's so much more women than men in your community. Seriously.
And not only that, you're making a group, a race. I know a lot of black women are race loyal, but you got to see what you're making and what you're being loyal to. So you're being loyal to 76% of poverty. You're being loyal to rape. You're being loyal to murder. You're being loyal to having your sons join gangs because they don't have a father figure around to be their role model. You're being loyal to black males preying on you and you having children and then seeing that you are a single mom and then molesting and raping on your children. There's a black boy who was like 12 years old, sent his life for murdering his mom's boyfriend who raped them and gave him HIV/AIDS.
You mean
Come
arm
on,
them? You know what? I would say this. Gosh, sorry. I get a point and then I lose it. But gosh, what was I going? I'm sorry, guys. Maybe it's getting late, but yeah. Speaking of opening up your options, look, seriously, the numbers, it's a numbers game, right? If everybody wants to get married, number one. Number two, study stats, guys. See what is the best options, because you can find good and bad in every group, right? You can. But research, be strategic. What's the best option, and where are I'm better to find a better option.
Yes.
Well,
but what it is too is oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but when I would say about race loyalty and worrying that the race is going to die off, because I hear this from white supremacists. They tell me I sling my DNA around and I don't value my heritage or my
I have
white
something
features.
for that, Brent.
But yeah,
I have something for that. So in
What's
the
that?
United States, the population is 330 million, right? And of that 330 million, I believe estimated around the white people make up 200 million estimated, right?
Yeah. There's a lot more of us.
So
So
if there's 200 million white people and half of them are white men and half of them are white women, that means there's 100 million white men, right? Of the black race, there's only 40 million. So that means half of that is the women, which means there's 20 million black women. So if there's 20 million black women and 100 million white men, it's not gonna hurt 20 million white men to date 20 million black women.
well, yeah, but
You're not gonna erase. They think you're gonna erase the race. No. 80 million of 180 million of the race is still with white people. So what it is a lack of intelligence.
Well,
they're not doing the math correctly.
Well, and here's the thing: I don't even care what the numbers are, even if it was the other way around. Say the numbers were 40 million white guys and
100
200
million.
are, yeah, say 40 million white guys in this country. Let's say it was backwards, and 200 million black women.
You
I
would
would
be in
still
heaven.
vote for black women because they'd be the
Yeah.
better off.
You
Because
would be in heaven.
I would, yeah. Well, I'm in heaven now. But yeah, growing up dating, I would really be like, oh my, I don't have to seek them out. They're all over the place. But I had to look for black women actually. And to find my black wife, I had to go to the whitest neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Right.
But God sometimes isn't logical. So, no, but seriously though, and here's the thing about being race loyal. If you believe in the Bible, you believe in God. There's only one race. There's not multiple races. And somebody say, well, there's two black and white. No, there's not.
Well,
There's
this is the thing
people
for
with
people.
different
Who's saying that?
genetic traits. Yeah.
Who's using the Bible tactic? A black person or white person?
No, nobody is. I'm using the Bible tactic.
Oh, I thought someone said
No,
that.
but what
Some
they're
black
saying
guys will
is,
use that.
yeah, no, they haven't used that on me. They use like, oh well, one guy says, well, you're whitewashing. You're trying to breed out black people. I'm like, well, in that logic, wouldn't I be breeding out myself? I mean, white people. I mean,
Wait. Hold on. A black guy said that to you? You're trying to breed
yeah,
out black people? Wait a minute.
yeah.
How
He
are
said
what?
that
That doesn't make
interracial.
any sense.
He
Black men
said
are
that.
number one to date out their race. So black males would be the ones trying to breed out black people.
No,
That doesn't make
you're
any
right.
sense.
You're
Black
right.
men
You're
are number
right.
one to, yeah.
Yeah, you're
Look how they're
right.
trying to turn it on you guys. Look how they're trying to turn it
Yeah,
on white
it's
men.
like it's like, oh well, that's what white people didn't been doing for years, trying to outbreed other. I'm just like, dude, I
Black
mean,
men are the start of all of black men are the ones that started it. Did you see that one YouTube video or TikTok where the black guys from the football, they were football players, and they were at a restaurant with all their white wives? Did you see that? And they're saying light skinned babies, light skinned babies, light skinned babies. That means black men are trying to breed out the black race. I've
well,
never seen a video where white men and black women were together, and white men were saying and black women were saying light skinned babies. I've never seen that. Black men are the ones trying to breed out the black
no,
race. They're doing an internal genocide. Black men are.
well,
You kill your own race. You kill your own race, and then you sit here and talk about white supremacy, and then you have black babies with black women, and you don't take care of them, and they grow up being in environments where there's drugs, rape, sex trafficking, gangs. So you're breeding out your own race, black males. What are you talking about? That's why I said I would love for you to put these black males on when they're talking about you're breeding out the race. I will put them in their place so fast it's not even funny.
yeah, but I don't look at people breeding out race. We're not. We're it's crazy that people got that mentality. Even in Europe, you had white people from different nations trying to do that to other white people. It's like, this is so stupid.
That's because they're not smart enough to understand what's really going
Yeah,
on between men. Men compete for land and resources. This has nothing to do with your skin color.
yeah.
It's nothing to do with skin color. Men want land and resource, and then that's all. They're trying to reverse. This is using what they say using the black card. When they're all everything has to do with you're trying to do something to the black people. You're trying to do something to the black people. They're trying to make themselves as victims. You're not a victim here. You're the one that went and start dating out of your race, Becky's, and putting down your black race.
Mm.
So you did it. You're the ones trying to breed out your race, black men. That's why you talk bad about your black women.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
I would say yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it makes no sense. And some of these guys that go in on black women, divestors, and talking about them like they're doing something really horrible. Well,
It's brainwashing. It's
black
brainwashing. They
women
want
are
black
doing
women
it
to, yeah.
twice as much as black women. So there's divestors on both sides.
No, there's not. It's actually not. Black men are not
They're not?
can't divest from black women. Divesting means you're taking someone that's abusing you power away. Black women are not abusing black men. They're not Black women are not the ones going
Oh, okay.
around and murdering. They're not the ones
Well,
going around and raping. They're not the ones that's going around and abandoning the children and tricking the guys into fake relationships and making them into baby daddy single fathers. So in this situation, divesting is when you're trying to basically get away from the villain. Do you
oh,
see what I
okay.
mean?
Well, maybe I misunderstood the definition. I thought it was just kind of going with another racial group.
No, no, no. It's because people are promoting it that way because they're not really looking
Mhm.
at the definitions, and not to be rude. It's because it
Yeah.
could be black people who are not as educated, so they're just going off of what someone else is saying, and it's going around. But divestment is usually used in where you're taking power away from someone who's trying to have power over you. Like that whole
Oh,
thing,
okay.
we'll trade them off for you. We'll trade them like as if black women are cattle.
Yeah,
That's
as
that's
if
a
we have
that's
the power to
abusive.
do that.
Yeah, they're abusive. Yeah, they're abusive. So when you're divesting, you're getting away from an abusive person, someone who's trying to use you and abuse you. So
Oh,
black
okay.
males are not divesting. They can't divest. No one's abusing them or has
Oh,
power
okay.
over them. Black women have no power over black males' bodies. They don't have power over black males getting jobs, being successful. They don't have power over black males whether they go to college or not. But black males can ruin a black woman's life or black girl's life by getting them pregnant and leaving the scene. Do you see
Yeah.
what I mean?
Well, any man that does that can ruin a woman's life.
Yes.
Yeah, that's like putting an anchor around her neck and saying, okay, yeah, I give you this child, I'm out, but good luck.
Yes. That's what it is.
And
That's why black women are the ones that are the only ones that can be divesting.
oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes sense.
Hmm.
I need to brush up on my definitions.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm pretty sure you heard it from a channel or something like that. And I was like, I heard
Yeah,
it too, and I was
and
like, these.
I I kind of got an idea what it is, but I don't know the definition to its uh totally what it is. But when I say black men do it more, I mean they date and marry twice as much as black women. So, and I've heard some black men say that they divested from black women. So maybe
Well,
they
I know
don't need it.
they're trying. There are some black. I want to say all. There is a small percentage of black males that could be
Uh-huh.
accomplished, have college degrees, come from a good family background, and they've dated. They'll go out and date black women, and the black women are from the hood, and the black women call him a square and say that
Oh, and then they go
he's
for a
weak, he's a punk. Yeah, because this black he doesn't know which black women to pick.
oh,
He
okay.
they Yeah,
So
he doesn't know which type of black women to pick.
he's
Yeah,
thinking educated Becky's for him because yeah.
uneducated Becky. Becky's are not even educated, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Becky's are not educated. They're usually like trailer park girls. Like
Mm.
they're the trailer park white girls. They're white girls that really don't come from a good background. That's why they can't see the bad character in black guys. So, a Becky is like equivalent to a ghetto black female.
No,
You know,
okay.
it's like the trash of what would be considered white trash and what is considered ghetto. That's what a Becky is.
KP
So,
says black men can't divest, period.
no, they
So
can't.
it's not an option. They just can't do it.
Well, what would
All
they
right.
be divesting from? What would they be taking the power from? Who's taking their power? Who has their power? Who's setting them up to fail? No one is. Black men set up black females to fail, but black women are not setting up black men to fail. They can't. Because if he goes and gets a job, and it's depending if he gets a job or not based off of his education, not off of a
Uh,
black woman, you know? So they don't have usually
but
usually
but
women are the ones that divest from men.
Yeah, but could it be divest if the woman's the breadwinner in their household?
Well, it has to be power. Money is
Well,
not the
I
only form of power.
yeah.
Should have to be taking, like, depriving him from his power, his rights. You're divesting is also possessions, like, you know, but it's mostly a power thing. Deprive someone of power, rights, or possessions. And usually, you know
No.
how in the old days, the white women became they were feminists and said they don't want to, they want their own land, right? They want their own possessions. They
Uh-huh.
want their own say and stuff. That's what white women before, when they were divesting from white men, they wanted to not have to rely on white men for providing, being provided for, protected by.
Oh, okay.
That's why, yeah, that's why it's really weird for a man to say he's divesting. Women don't have rights over a lot of things. Men do. Men own the companies. Men hire other men to work. Usually the car is owned, or the house and the car, you know, by
Hmm.
the man. So these black men saying they're divesting. How are you divesting? Um, you should have the house and the car, and you should have provided those things as a man.
Yeah.
So it's it that a lot of there's a lot of there's a huge lack of educated people in the black community. Black males are number one to be uneducated, but they're the number one males to make YouTube videos giving suggestions and advice to people, which is very scary that people are actually really listening to them.
Okay. Oh, black men date non-black women 3 times more than black women. I thought it was two.
Yeah.
Two. So
Huh?
no, I was just reading the comment.
Black women date non-black women 3 times more than black women. Yes, that's true. Someone
Yeah, I
stating this.
know it was at least twice as much.
No, I think it's 10 times, or 10 times. Sorry, 3 times
Yeah,
as much.
10 times. Wow. Then you really got to open your options because there's no one left. Then it just
But can I tell you something, Brent?
yeah.
There was never any option there. If the men in your race are not providing, protecting, or leading you, they were never protecting you. They were never providing for you. They were never leading you. Black women have been on welfare and poor for how long? Since the 80s. So black males were never there for them. They were just using the women for sex. That's why welfare is so huge in the black community. Oh, Brent, ask her if the coddling is a form of stealing his confidence and therefore manhood. No, the coddling is the opposite. She's trying to coddle him to make him feel confident. You're trying to coddle him to make him feel like he's a man. So in the black community, what black women do to because they don't have fathers, right?
Mhm.
What the black women try to do is substitute the lack of fatherhood that they're supposed to get from their fatherhood by giving them extra love, by telling them they're smart, by telling them they could do no wrong. So in the black community, when a black boy does something wrong, such as like, this is why they grow up and they're able to touch and rape on little girls. Say a little black boy, he's 10 years old. Oh, since the 70s. Okay, since the 70s. Sorry. There's so much information in my brain, I can get numbers mixed up. But thank you, April May. Um, what they do is the black boy would go and he'll do something wrong to a little girl, like slap a little girl in the face, punch a little girl. And instead of the mom saying, you did something wrong, you don't hit girls. That's wrong. You don't do that. Instead, she goes, oh, it was that inch's fault. It was the little girl's fault. She shouldn't have been in my son's face. She shouldn't have. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well,
They teach the black males that they do no wrong. They're never responsible for their actions.
yeah. Well, the thing of it is, if you coddle a man, you're not going to lift him up. You're not going to get. You're actually doing the opposite.
Let me see.
I
You
mean,
said coddling.
yeah. if you coddle a boy, he's going to be a weak man, really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, the overprotection. But
Yeah.
oh yeah. But you're not understanding. These women don't understand that. They
They
don't
think that it's
psychologically.
going to have the opposite effect. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
they
think
don't
it's
know
going
it's gonna have the
to
opposite
uplift
effect.
them and give them confidence and
What it
just.
created was narcissism. That's why they're
Mhm.
narcissists. That's why they're psychopaths, because they've been told their whole life that they're great. But you got to understand, these black women don't know how to. These women, it doesn't matter what color they are. A lot of women, if they never had fathers, they don't know how to raise boys. They don't know how to raise boys. That's why in the black community, they also blame the black women and say, oh, you should raise your sons better. How is she going to do that? She doesn't know how. She's not a man. Women are not the authority figure in the household. I learned, and that's why I said I can compare the differences in the cultures. When a kid gets in trouble in the white community, the mom says, I'm going to tell your dad. She doesn't even deal with it. She doesn't have to deal
Yep.
with it.
She don't.
She doesn't have to deal with it. And that's why they say, oh, white women aren't masculine, because they don't have to be the man. They don't have to deal with disciplining the children. That's the man's job. He's the authority figure in the household. So your dad's gonna come home and I'm gonna tell your dad what you did. Oh, please don't tell my dad, please.
Yeah, that's true because when my stepmother said she's telling my dad, I'm like, oh my God, don't tell dad. No,
Yes,
don't
yes,
do it.
yes.
Please. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna get the butt whooping. I'm gonna get the lecture. I'm gonna have this big giant
It's not
person
going to be
standing
good.
over me. Yeah. So imagine if you're a black woman. Say you're 5'3". You have a black son and he's 6 foot tall. He hits puberty where he's a teenager. And he's in an environment where he sees gang members, pimps, he sees people slanging drugs, right? That's his environment. So he sees all these black guys doing all these activities, right? So he becomes a man and he starts hanging around these guys because he wants to learn how to be a man. So he starts hanging around the drug dealers, the pimps, the sex traffickers, and the gang members, right? And his mom sees that he starts to hang around these guys, right? And the mom says, "Oh no, don't hang around those guys. They're bad." And after a while, he looks at his mom like, "I need to learn how to be a man, woman. Get out of my way." So she says, "You better not be leaving this house late at night, going to hang out in the streets." Right? And she goes by the door to hold the door. He pushes her out the way and goes out. Why did that happen? Because she's a woman. She's not physically the authority. She can't enforce the authority because she's a woman.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And she's not an example for the black boy on how to be a man because she's a woman. So and this is the things the black race they do. They're always constantly blaming the black woman for everything. You're supposed to know how to raise a man and a boy. You're supposed to be his role model. No, she's not. That is not her job.
Well, she can if she wants. Yeah, you're
Well,
right. No, it's
No, they
not.
don't even know what they're getting into. Believe me, I have
Yeah.
family. When I grew up, because I wasn't raised by my mom and my dad, I was raised by my aunt and my uncle. And when I grew up and I started hanging around the black people, they were raised in what you want to call urban areas or other areas like the ghetto. It's like they can't see. They don't know the roles. Like the black woman doesn't know the role of the man. And she keeps on playing the role, not knowing that he's supposed to be there to be the authority figure. He's supposed to be there to be the role model and the teacher to the son. That's like there's so much brainwashing, like I said, and that's like a black man having a black daughter. There's no mom there, and then he raises his daughter. She grows up. She doesn't know how to take care of herself when she becomes a puberty. So when she becomes a woman, she doesn't know how to clean herself. She doesn't know how to use pads, tampons.
Yeah.
She doesn't know any of those things. And then someone going, "You didn't raise her right. How dare you not raise her right? That's your fault." She doesn't. No, that's the mom. The moms teach their daughters about hygiene and woman cleansing and all. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So in the black
And
race is brainwashing. They tell the black women they're supposed to know how to be the fathers, but they wouldn't do that to the black men. You need to learn how to be the mothers.
yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of manipulation.
The black race is full of manipulation. That's how the black men survive, off of manipulating the black women. That's basically how they survive. When the black women get their food stamps and their cash and medical, all that stuff each month, that's when they go to visit the black women. When the black women get their income taxes back each year, that's when the black men go back and butter her up. Oh, I love you, baby, and get money from her. If she
You,
gets
you know what?
SSI, they mm-hmm,
I saw a documentary kind of like that.
that's what it is. We have it in our family. You have an SSI check, the black man's going to be at your door every first of the month.
he, wow. I couldn't see. Oh, I couldn't see living off a woman like that. That's just
And this is
that
what
that.
what go ahead.
No, I just they got to be. I don't know. That's the lowest of the low. You're living off a woman that has children off their resources because
Yep.
you can't
Because
provide
you're too lazy to go
for
to
yourself.
college. Yeah. Huh?
Well, you don't even have to go to college. I know men that don't have college educations that are taking care of their families.
Yeah. With
I mean, they
non-college
may not have a
education.
lot of money, but they pay their bills and
Yep.
you
Yep.
know,
They, yeah, they prey basically on the women. It's just that black women can't see all this preying because they think it's normal. They think this behavior is normal. They don't understand what a real
well,
man is.
and, and I think too, I mean, a single mother gets lonely, right? She's human, you
Yeah.
know, and sometimes just having that guy around, that warm body, and just he might not really love you, but just feeling like you're loved in that moment.
Yeah, a
I,
lot of the go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm just saying, just from the human perspective, just being a human, whether you're a man or a woman, you got to feel love. I mean, I need that from my wife, and she needs it from me, and men and women need that. And I can see how they could feed off a woman that's a single mother that's lonely. They come in and she lot of times probably just happy that he's there for that moment.
Yeah, well, they make a whole persona of themselves. So you see a black woman. That's why I said they prey on black women and children. So this is how it is in the black race. A black woman will have a child, and she'll be a single mother either the black guy is dead, or the black guy's in prison, or the black guy just left his responsibilities. So another black guy sees her and he says, I know she needs help. What I'm going to do is go in there and act like I'm going to provide, and I'm a protector, and that I'm going to be the leader. So they'll see the black females and say, "Oh, sweetie, oh, you looking good. Oh, I could pay for you to get pedicure and Medicare. What I don't know if they call Medicare, sorry, manicures and pedicures, and I could take care of you." Right? So they see what the black women look like, and they say, I could provide for you, by saying they could take care of her. Once they get in her household, they know she's on Section 8. They know she gets food stamps and all this stuff. So they say, oh, you should let me spend the night. He'll keep on spending the night at her house, eating up her food. He'll say, oh, let me borrow a couple of dollars or something, and I'll go to the store and get us some bread and stuff, so I can provide for this family. Like,
Maybe
yeah.
someone to provide.
Yes, but what she doesn't know is that he already has another girl. See, this is Monday, and he's doing this to Monica on Monday, and then he'll tell the black female on Monday, Monica, that I have to go to work, right? And then really, he's not going to work. He's going to Tuesday's house, which is Tanisha's house, and getting money from her and doing the same thing. Then on Wednesday, he's going to Wakwanza's house. Thursday, he's going to Tanika's house. And then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, he's going to the club with all the money that he accumulated from all the women.
Wow.
This is what a girl told me, or a girl told me that she found out about her mom told her what was going on. And she said, I figured this out when I got older because my mom was always dealing with this guy and she kept on saying he was a cheater and other girls kept on coming to the house saying, you trying to take my man, he's my man, like all this drama is all from the black guys playing games. That's why they have pride in calling themselves players. Oh, we players. It's all a game in the black race. The black males are not, they don't have the same, they're not the same as other men from other races. They just play games. Not all of them, but a large percent of them play games. A very large percent of them play games. They say, "Oh, we're pimps. We play these hoes and well, oh, I can't say that. These H words and B words, you know."
Yeah, this is already non-monetized. Let me just
Oh,
go and say it. Uh,
oh, okay.
yeah,
So,
we're good.
so that's what I'm
Um,
saying. A lot of white or black women don't know that they need to date out their race because black males' mentality is so toxic. They black males are not going to breed or sorry, not breed. They're not going to ever make a race that's functional.
mm,
They're never going to make a race as functional. They don't believe in marriage, most of them. They don't believe,
well,
they only believe in the woman bowing down and submitting to them. They're all about power. They're not about
well,
protecting, leading, and providing for.
yeah, well, submission comes, I mean,
Af-
biblically, a wife's supposed to submit to her husband, but the husband's supposed to submit to God. So,
But how are
um,
you going to submit to a man that's not your husband? How are you submitting to a guy
you're
that's
not
telling you, I'm
supposed
not
to.
going to be, he's saying, I'm not going to be your husband. I'm not going to provide for you. I'm not going to protect you. I'm not going to
Well, you
lead you.
shouldn't submit to
But
him. He
you better
shouldn't even
submit
be
to
in your
me.
house.
Huh?
Yeah, no, yeah. You shouldn't submit to him. He shouldn't even be in your under your roof if it's not your
Yeah,
husband, really.
you don't submit to a boyfriend. You don't submit
No.
to a man who hasn't provided you with a safe place. Submission is not even something that has to be said. It's a natural thing. It's when a woman
Yeah, it just
can
happens.
trust in a man. Yeah, and that's after he's proved himself to be a
You
provider, a leader, and a protector. If you're not
yeah.
protecting me and I don't feel safe and protected, then I'm not going to trust you and submit to you.
You know what? I had a talk with my son, right?
Submission
And
is earned, and it does come with responsibilities. Yeah.
yeah, I had a talk with my son, and he was like, he says, I heard that Asian women are traditional and they're submissive, and I was like, son, look at your mom. Look how your mom treats me. Look how she's loving, right?
Hmm.
And he's like, yeah, well, mom's awesome. Yeah, she is. I says, look at other black women out there. Do they have characteristics and traits like your mom? He's like, well, yeah. I said, so why would you have to go to another culture, another country? Or I said, if you're doing what you're supposed to as a man, and black women are amazing, a lot of them are traditional women of faith, and they want to be, a good wife and support you. You got that at home. I says, you just got to vet these women. I said, son, I look what I found in your mom. They're out there. You don't even and I think he was like, yeah, you're
Brett,
right.
Brett,
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you put on a video real quick called "Angry Wife Throws Shoe at Husband"? Are you able to pull that
Uh,
up and show it?
I don't know where to find it. Is it
Oh, on
even
YouTube. I'm sorry, it's on YouTube.
um
Because let me show you this whole thing about submission, and they're basing it off of skin color because it's not.
you know
It
what?
has nothing to do with skin color.
Let
It has to do with how the woman is treated. And when you treat
yeah.
women bad, and then you make women do your job as a man, they're not gonna be able to be submissive.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, but I was just explaining to my son, sometimes what we have sometimes we have a blessing right in front of us and we don't even see it. And I'll say it again. Black women are a hidden treasure in front of us, right in front of our face.
Mm-hmm.
And they're amazing. And I was just explaining it to my son, and you don't have to look. As long as you vet her, you get the right one there, and you're doing what you're supposed to as a man, you're going to get that submission. You're going to get that woman that loves you with everything. And it's natural. It's not something you got to do a certain thing to get this, to get that. Well, you have to do a certain thing. You have to be a man, and
you have to do your part.
You have to be responsible and be a provider and work hard and take care of your family. But you do that, you're going to get that.
Yeah, you have to love women and not use women. And that's why the Black women aren't submitting to Black men. And that's the thing, when they're saying Black women are not submissive, wait, you're speaking only on your behalf, because statistics show that when Black women are with white men don't have that problem. Do you know why? Because white men aren't out here, but like, I'm a player. I'm going to get you pregnant and put you on welfare. You got to pay for me, and you got to pay my rent, pay my car note, and you got to pay for my clothes. White men are not doing that. So that's why Black men are not getting any submission from Black women, because Black women are smart. Some Black women are smart enough to go, no, I'm not supposed to be taking care of you. I'm not the man. You're trying to make me masculine. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, they're complaining about submission, but you're not doing anything to get submission like these other men. Like, you're not being a man like white men. You're not being, you're not providing like a white man. You're not protecting like a white man. You're not being a leader like a white man. So you don't get submission. That means we can't trust you. If I was a Black woman, I wouldn't, well, I don't date Black men, but that's why I would never date a Black man. You're not a leader, you're not protector, you're not provider. You're just trying to get in the pants because you're fetishing over big butts.
Yeah. Michael, I've been listening for a while. Got to agree with Afro Angelique. I'm white. I do tan well. Okay. But white community's got its fair share of issues. Yeah, we do.
Yes. Yeah.
There's no doubt. Society's going down the tubes across the board.
Yeah. But let me ask you this. White people have their issues, Hispanic, Latins, Blacks, Asians.
Yes.
But who has the biggest out of all groups? Who's the one that has the most poverty?
Well, yeah.
Who's the one that has the biggest absence of fathers? Okay, so when people say all races, have problems, yes, but you don't want to be with the men who have the biggest problem. And then not only that, in the white race, if a white girl's 8 years old or she gets touched, molested on, that white guy's going to go to jail. He's not going to be covered up by the white community and protected. In the Black community, you're going to be protected if you're a Black guy and you're a child molester or a rapist. In the white community, they're not protecting white men who are child molesters. Right? They're not protecting the bad guys. That's the difference. If I had to choose as a woman, which group of men do I want to be with? You want to choose the guys to get away with molestation and rape? Or you want to be with the men who actually hold other men accountable to make sure that their race is a strong race where no one's getting hurt and they protect the women and children? And you can take the color out, Black and white, and put green and purple. Do you see what I mean? If you're a woman, Brent, do you want the purple guy or the blue guy? The purple guys get away with raping children and women. And the blue guys, if they rape children and women, they go to jail. Which group of men would you want to be with if you're a woman?
Well, yeah, you want to go with the one you're protected, not the one that's doing harm.
This stuff is not even hard. It's not even really about color. It's about principle, character, morals, and values.
Yeah. No, I get it. Hey, Samantha, this has been a great conversation. I'm gonna have to close it down. I gotta go to work in the morning, and it's like 12:36. I don't want to shut it down. I wish I was off to where we could keep going, because I'm having fun tonight.
Yeah.
We've been on 4 hours. Wow. But I just want
Yeah,
to
I'm
say
trying to
thanks
see
for,
where I can go ahead.
yeah. Akita says, thank you, Samantha, for drilling. Wow. Yeah,
Or
you put
darling.
the
Oh
drill
yeah.
to work tonight. Yeah.
Oh no, thank you as well, Akita. And that's a beautiful name too, by the way.
Yeah.
I enjoy giving it any insight and help that I can, because I see the Black race. There's a lot of like issues and problems. Like there's a lot of issues and problems in all races and all groups. But it seems like in the
Yeah.
Black race, there's no one to kind of help out the Black women. Like a lot of these um, YouTube videos are placed around Black males, or Black males are good, the Black women are the problems, and I just see that that's incorrect and that's wrong. The leaders of the race are the men in all groups, and if
Hmm.
the men don't lead correctly, they don't protect the race, they don't provide, the race will go down. That's all there
Yeah.
is.
Good night, Tamara. I hope I pronounced it right. Sorry. Um, yeah, you're absolutely right. The men control the community, the neighborhood. They really do. Um, yeah. But I had a good discussion with you tonight. I'll check out that video. What was it? I don't know if you could send me the link.
Yeah, let me get it right here. Let me see. It's a YouTube
It's a
video.
YouTube. I want to look into it.
Yeah, it's shown as funny. Her personality aggressive, very very
Hmm.
aggressive. Like how she talks to her husband, I feel like it's very disrespectful. And her husband just laughs, but I could see like there's something behind that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's yeah. What's it called?
Angry wife throws shoe at husband. I think I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Okay, angry
Tell me
wife
if you
said.
do you see it?
Oh, hold on.
I think I sent it in the chat to you.
Oh, it's in the chat.
Yeah, it says private chat. I think.
Oh, it's in the private. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll look at it and then we'll maybe on my next live I'll show it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. But anyway, hey, thanks for coming on. It was good talking to you. Had a good
Absolutely.
discussion.
Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, and thanks everybody for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed those videos and stuff. And just it's nice to get people's perspective when it comes to interracial relationships. The white guys how they felt about it, and the Black women. Of course they were famous celebrities and stuff, but that was nice to see. The positive outlook on it and the crowd getting into it. It's like, hey, I'll open up my options, and that to me, I think that will help society as a whole across the board if we all open up our options seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Because we should be able to pick the best choice, who loves us the most and who we love. I mean,
Yep.
it's
Who's the best partner for you?
yeah, and it's a right we all have. It's a human right.
Yes.
But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and close. Samantha, thank you so much.
You as well. You guys. Yes, you have a good night, and to all the people in the comments, you guys have a good night as well.
Yeah, and Loren, I want to give her a shout out. Hashtag Black Woman. Check out her channel. She has a good channel and she has a lot of good content she puts out there. And so check out hashtag Black Woman. Check out her channel. And I want to thank Loren for coming in, and Samantha. This was a good discussion tonight. I had a good time. Went longer than I thought I would, as usual. But anyway, guys, have a good night. God bless you and your families, and I'll see you on the next live stream, our next video, whatever comes first. But I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. God bless.